It is exactly what it sounds like. I'm not even watching my own stuff right now.
That's awesome. Get 50% off Pistol AA when you buy select pistol phone at pistolstore.com.
Hello, Nero. We're the only one in here. We're the only one in here. Cody, Skin. Yeah, we're only going a couple hours, maybe 3 tonight. I feel like absolute dog crap. So, be warned, it's not going to be a full length one like normal. My meds are just kicking the shit out of me, so. Hey, if you and Skin want a kiss, you by all means have fun. So I put up a video of a 3-legged dog, and it gets more views on the shorts than anything I've done with guns in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, no, I'm actually having trouble breathing. I'm having some kind of reaction to something, so I'm very weak because of it. Shit happens, right? It's what I tell my wife sometimes. Your wife is a very lucky man, a-hole. So breathe better. You know, it's that whole, autonomic thing. It just, some days it kicks my ass. Some days it sucks my bong bong. So what's up, everybody? Oh, Palmetto's doing a $200 Beretta M922. That's actually a pretty good price. $200 for that thing? That's actually a really good price. I might recommend that people go and check that thing out. Now, it's a $100 rebate from Beretta, but you're paying $300 and then you're getting $100 or $299, then you get $100 back. That's not bad. They still got some tool ammo, 20 rounds for $9 at 7.62 by 39. Again, not bad. Wow. Feel like absolute Duke. 250 round box for $150. CMC triggers are back on sale for $99. Dagger compact RMR threaded barrel pistol with 10-15 round mags for $379. Not bad. XDM Elite 9mm. OSP, so optics ready. Only thing that's missing is a threaded barrel for $350. It's not bad. Why am I wearing a hat indoors? Because I am thinning and I don't like being reminded of it. Also, I've been wearing hats since I was 18 years old, and it's just kind of what I do. I like the feeling of a hat. The pressure on top of my head just feels nice. Yeah, I feel it on that. Just got over my sickness and just started getting my voice back. Yep. Best cure for feeling poo is banishing trolls to Never Never Land. Well, have fun, Zaxxon. People come in here and you want to dump them, go for it. Yeah, it's not a terrible price. Yoki stuff has gone up a couple of bucks since back in the day. Davey, what's up, man? Oh. It has nothing to do with vitamin deficiency, a-hole. Wow. Question why I'm wearing a hat, and then you ask me about my eyes. You are being rude, whether you say you're not. What does it matter to you? Are you living with me? I accidentally got my head stuck in between a car and a wall, okay? You're the other DB. Well, got in chat the other night, they were talking about 357 Shy Tac. 375 Shy Tac, you mean? Yeah. Hope it gets better. Thank you, MC. You need more protein in your life. I love how people do that. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, DB, but I love when people, they see something and their first instinct is to try to fix it. I'm a 45-year-old man who's been dealing with debilitating chronic diseases for more than half of his life. If it was something a goddamn orange would fix, I think I would know about it by now. Hey, Juan. Love as always from London. Thanks for checking in, man. You like the AR1? What AR1? Oh yeah, the light broke though. I always love high points, and that's all you guys will get too. Yeah, and I'm supposed to go to the range tomorrow and do some filming. I don't know if I'm gonna be up for it because I've got both the Vatatu. I need to get some range footage of it. I've already done the tabletop, and then I got the vector optics. I need to get both of those filmed this week too. Captain, thank you. Corbin, thank you. AR Broom's looking good. Thank you. So my buddy redid my knife, so it's super duper sharp. So let's see if I wind up hurting myself badly with it. So yeah, let's see how good it cuts. Ooh, it's on my front porch, and an ant was on it. It's pretty good. I actually don't hunt, so 3, 2, 1. I mean, just show you how sharp this thing is. Yeah, that's plenty sharp. Yeah, he's got the full setup machine. He's also he works for a machine shop, so if he can't make it work, nobody can. One knife is that. Your buddy's a pro sharpener. I have an M4 blade my system can't touch. Well, even at the store, we have a really good setup, but you can see the edge that he was able to put on that. And you remember, this is the one that hit the desk and got all chipped up, so he reprofiled the edge of the blade a little bit. But yeah, he's got a really, really nice set. So, also, he's pretty good at fixing knives. Have I seen the fixed blade knives where they can put CO2 in the handle? Yes, I have seen that. That's actually for shark. Joshua, haven't been able to see the show. Been in Hawaii for a week. Their Wi-Fi's trash. Hey, Dale, what's going on? And so they use this giant-ass box to send me this. They're all about sustainability and reusability, and they should do that for that. Oh, yes. That's a wound waiting to happen. My buddy outdid himself. Yeah, he always does. And he gets better every time he does a new one. So he's the knife sharpener for Liberty Arms. So I actually went through all the trouble of getting a little lav mic. So that's cool. You still sick, bro? This is a different sick today. I have no idea what's wrong with me right now. Oh. Ooh, I love that. I love a USB to Type-C. Frick lightning. It's my opinion on the HK P30. I like the P30s. I think they're a good product. They're a little bit overpriced when you buy them, but in general, still a very good product. I don't think I was supposed to do it that way. Where's my gaming controller plug-in? Just ban them. I'm not in any mood tonight to mess with people. So this had a very high rating on Amazon, so I decided to try it. It records with my phone, and since my watch can actually record on my phone, I figured I'd give it a shot. So we'll see what happens. What do I think the best ammo is besides Hornady or Spear Gold Dot? If you're talking about self-defense, I carry Hornady Critical Duty, but Federal Hydroshock and HST are very good as well. There. Monday, huh? Yeah, you betcha, crypto. You have a P30 and you like it, but all my friends are saying to trade it for U.45. That's a completely different beast. The P30 is more of a everyday duty gun. So it's a very capable one at that. The USP is not, especially in 45. It's a bit unwieldy. I actually prefer the P30 for like everyday carry if you're going to carry between the two of them. But it's hard to beat a USP 45 in terms of its overall dependability. But since they're in the same family, they're very close. It's a great part of mods, Joe. No effort required to deal with appropriate measures. Yep, pretty much. Do I have an M1 from World War II? No, I do not. So Hornady a bonded bullet? I don't know. It's a good question. How's the tattoo healing? Actually pretty good because it's underneath the sleeve. It's actually kind of wearing down a little bit on its own. So like there are a few spots where there's a scab, but overall, other than right back here up on the side, it's actually pretty much all healed up. So, you don't talk about religion or politics. You talk about religions or politics, you might be silenced. Yep. If you think the government's going to give you your equal rights, well, how long did it take? Between the shading and the original line work, about 4 hours. Yeah, well, the thing with me is I'm allergic to Aquaphor and that tattoo spit stuff and pretty much everything that they put onto a tattoo to make it heal. So we learned that lesson on this arm from a lot of it breaking out. So I basically just have to dry heal. So whatever happens during the healing process, I just have to put up with it. So. Let's see. Hey, you can get a Rough Rider 22 off of Palmetto for $100. Although once you pay the $35 to $50 transfer fee plus shipping, it's not worth it. What about Second Skin? Nothing. Anything that has any sort of antibiotic or healing cream, and they usually keep a lot of their recipes and mixtures secret. They only put down things that are technically a poison, but they don't have to list everything in quantity, so I don't trust any of it. That crap didn't hurt as much when I was young. Now it's worse than I thought it when I have full sleeves. Yeah, well, I'm working on that. Both of the arms are going to be full sleeves at some point. Do your tattoos ever fade? Yeah, your tattoos will fade over time. Just that's the nature of skin and muscle regeneration. But I actually do wind up having a problem usually with this one because it's on the bottom of my wrist where I usually wear a watch. I've actually had to redo this one twice now to keep it black. So we just chat and have a good time. It's a gun channel. But chat where it varies. Yeah, I'd like to donate to the stream. Okay. I'm Scottish. We can't have decent arms, unfortunately. You got good drink, though. You got a new gun for Father's Day. Do I want to see it? Yeah, send it on over, dude. Oh, man. I feel like tar right now. My tattoos are clear. For the chat, you can buy tattoo moisturizer. I don't understand what you mean by they're clear. Why post your guns? We can see your serial number. It's actually a good question, Sandra, and I'll answer that question. You can't do anything with my serial number. If you file a stolen firearm claim, I have proof that I'm the actual owner of those firearms. So if you decide to file a false firearms theft or report one of my guns stolen, I can literally get you charged with a felony because you're lying. So it's the same thing as showing a serial number on or a VIN number on a car, your license plate, all that bullcrap. If you try to do something illicit or illegal with that item, you're actually the one that's going to get in trouble. There's literally nothing you can do to me as the legal owner with paperwork of my firearms that's going to matter. You might inconvenience me for a day or so, but there will be a police report on file with your name on it, and then you will get charged with a felony because not only are you filing a false police report, but you're also trying to take a firearm through theft, and firearms theft is a felony. So look what they did to January 6 people. Sandra, that has nothing to do with anything. Last time I checked, they don't have to. It again. You can try to do what you want. If you want to get political, though, you're going to go away. I answered your question, but if that's not good enough for you, I don't know what to tell you. You're on my channel. You either play by my rules or you go find somebody else to watch. We can have a Discord, but when you just throw away my answer to you, I don't want you here. In fact, somebody get rid of Sandra Banner. It's kind of all over the place, Robert. Thank you, Zaxxon. No, Sandra is not from the United States, clearly by the way they are speaking, and the fact that I answered their question politely was probably because I just don't feel that good. But I was trying to answer the question so that she could understand what's going on, and she decided, I'm assuming it's a she, but they decided that they didn't like my answer, so they just decided to keep talking. I don't mind Discord. If you actually want to know why I do something, I will answer 99% of questions that come my way. However, I will not deal with somebody that just asks questions trying to be inflammatory. If you want to audit somebody, go somewhere else. It's not going to happen here. I'm just going to ignore you and get rid of you. Terrible, Andrew. Thank you. All right, Rob. Thank you so much for the chat. Not much, RG. What's going on with you, bud? Just kind of trying to make it through the evening without, like, just breathing is making me want to pass out. So, just one of those days. Hey, and RG comes in immediately with a $10 donation. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I wish I was feeling in a much better mood. Are there any firearm you'd really like to have but haven't found yet? I passed on some. They're not hard to find. I just don't want to pay what they're going for. I want a Kunan 357 Magnum 1911 and a Daniel Defense, not a Daniel Defense, excuse me, a Hudson H9, an original one. I passed on both of them when they were both on clearance when their companies went out of business, and now I regret it. I could have gotten a Hudson H9 for like $600, brand new from distributors, and we're like, oh no, they'll be around. They built a lot of them. And then the Kunan, he kept claiming he was just under business restructuring, but he went bankrupt immediately. MC Joe's answered my dumbest questions all in trying to help me. I tried, dude. Just don't feel good, just physically. I got my PDP comp in the mail. Other than clearing the tip, what else to do? Comes with thread locker. Should I? Am I supposed to clean it with the comp on? You should. You can just like do daily maintenance, or your regular maintenance. You can do that with the comp on. But I would recommend taking the compensator off every now and then. Robert, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. You're a very good man. Thank you, sir. But I take the comp off of my comp guns whenever I do like a deep clean. That way I can get the barrel out. Would really like to own a Kimber with the Opal grips. Which one is that? I'm trying to remember what I ate today too. I don't even remember what I had. Opal is interesting. Not really my style, but it's a good looking handle. Also, big thanks for the Surefire light recommendation. You are welcome. Didn't realize, did I, Doc? I mean, it's just a solid brand to go with. But yeah, no problem, dude. Oh, look how short the cable is. Such an itty bitty. Don't worry about it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yeah. Nope, this is one of those days where I just do not have any physical energy. Still waiting to see Phoenix Light reviews. Have not hit any. Already did hit it, Brandon. Thank you very much for reminding me. Checking in, eating dinner, burgers and chips. Oh, food would be so nice right now. I ate this morning and I regret it. I sent it over. You have to show the chat. We'll see. Did you get the Peen 15? Oh, you using the magnetic? See, you got that Viper with the stupid locks on the back. It's the one place I can't stick with you, bro. I'm good with the DeWalt gun, but yeah, that cable looks good. Maybe a nice personality. You know, it's a solid 6 inches. It gets the job done. Dude really got some computer chip tattoos. Mm-hmm. I wanted tech on this side, so that's what this one is. It's just like random things. So yeah, you got like circuit traces and things like that. Some just kind of weird drawings. I let my tattoo guy do whatever he wanted, and then on this arm, it's going to be horror themed mechanical. So it's going to be gears and pistons coming through the skin, and I think he said the next one it's going to look like an eyeball that's been crushed that's popping out through the skin. I told him he could do whatever he wanted on that arm. I don't use lefty anyway. You got a Surefire on Saturday. Cool. It's a good choice. DoorDash a burger sounds good right now. Italian food or Mexican food? Mexican if I don't want to work at it, Robert. Mexican, it's hard to really like pick like bad Mexican food. Italian, you could pick the wrong thing and just not enjoy it. Some days I just don't want Italian. You're back from camp. What's up, Shez? You got horror themes on the left one too. Awesome, dude. I let you get a poot. You let me get a poot too. Okay. Get holster tats. No, I'm not doing anything firearm related on my arms. Not doing anything that's like RIP and death and all that stuff. Now the skulls and things, horror theme, that's different from like a killing or guns or tools or whatever. Talked to the guy who builds 1911. He builds 2011 race guns, 5,000 to 8,000, way out there for me. I was just curious to see what's a single stack go for since he was in Pennsylvania. Yeah, and like I said, his guns look pretty darn nice, RG, but his company is so new that I fear that he's not going to be around forever. Because look at Kunin with their 357. That was an amazing idea. Actually, it wasn't his idea. He brought it back. He bought the rights to the design, and then he started manufacturing them again. And then he went out of business, and he was selling those guns for $2,000, 16 to 2. And he's gone. So a $5,000 to $8,000 builder in today's economy, there's too many. You got Athena, or you got Atlas Gunworks, Hayes Customs, Rock Island works with Hayes, like you can drop ship right to Hayes. Then you got Terran Tactical, you got STI, which is Staccato, and now you've got the Turkish stuff. So you've got way too many guys building guns right now in a certain class. It's flooding the market, and it is causing problems because you also have Live Free Armory with their Apollo 2011, 1911 double stack. Fusion Firearms is coming out with the 2011. I've seen their 2011 they're coming out with. I don't care for the design. It looks like the Live Free Armory, but I'd be willing to check one out. So it's pretty crazy what's currently going on in the market. It's getting way too flooded. What's made me start YouTubing? Robert, believe it or not, I used to do Vine. So the 6 second Vine before it went to 15, then it went to whatever it went to. So I used to do 6 second videos from work at the car lot. And then I started doing some video game pickups. And then I didn't get into guns I started doing YouTube videos in 2015. And I really didn't get into guns until 2017. The pistols behind me, what's my favorite? I'm going to go with my Para Ordnance 1911 Black Ops. It's a specialized version of a standard Para Ordnance. List a few seems smaller and okay. Are guns normal in the USA? Yes, we have more guns than we do people. Redneck, sorry you're feeling crappy today. Hopefully your weekend was decent. It was okay. It was uneventful, but yeah, I don't know what it is about today. Like just talking, you know that feeling just before you're gonna cry due to like being completely out of energy? I literally just talking is making me want to cry. It's kind of fucked up. Dumb question. What's the difference between a 19 and a 2011? The rights to the name, Andrew, literally. So a 1911 double stack with a removable grip module is a 2011, but Staccato patented the name when they rebranded as Staccato. They trademarked the name. So Staccato is literally the only company that's allowed to use 2011. But all the guns, the Springfield Prodigy, the Gerson 2311, the TSOS Night Stalker, the Mac DS, all the double stack 1911s with the removable grip frames, all their parts interchange, and in fact, Checkmate makes the mags for all those guns. But it's just the fact that Staccato owns the rights to the name, because Staccato, when it was STI, came out with 2011. They called it a 2011. Ghost, yeah, I have them in both, just not up on the wall. Hit the like only because of the hat. Dude, the hat is like 68% of my personality. It's not quite nice enough to be 69% of my personality, but it's up there. We don't have payness here. I know what you're trying to get me to say. We don't have those here. You can't have my payness. Joe, don't let Brandon or MC McManus know you want to cry. They start throwing chats at it. Dude, if I say I'll cry enough, dude, I might make another 200 goddamn dollars. Stay in the small restaurant. We try, like my folks and I, when I'm physically better and working all month, we tend to go to try a different restaurant like once a month. So we've been having some good stuff. Am I a fan of carbine, specifically 9 or 45? I'm considering getting one as a backup gun. I like them. As long as you understand they're a 100-yard or shorter gun. That's where they're most lethally effective. But like you said, it's a shit hits the fan, backpack, car, whatever gun, then they're perfectly good. Have I ever seen the glow-in-the-dark grip? An accent on the firearm, kind of weird, but it's decent. I have not seen that, Joshua, but that's kind of interesting. 30 carbine is goat. Well, I didn't read it. Opinion on lever action rifles. I've got a couple. I like them. They're easy to shoot. They're fun to shoot. They are antiquated technology, but they're still very effective. You need a Korean fried chicken place? Where exactly are you again, Nero? He doesn't look at the camera. It's because I'm trying to read. Also, my brain isn't working. Oh, Leanne Chin does an oyster wing, and they should be in Wisconsin. Have you had Leanne Chin's? They do a fried oyster wing. Amazing. It sounds gross because when you use the word oyster, but holy shit, they got a great fried wing. What's up? I'm looking for a gun safe. Best one to get. It all depends on your budget. Wi-Fi. Winchester safes, you can get those at like Tractor Supply Company. You can get a 36 gun for like $700, and it's 1400 degrees fire rated, and it'll run. I think it's like an hour or two at 1400 degrees. It's pretty darn good, and they don't give the access code to the government. Would I rather be stranded in the desert for 90 days with a woman or a dog? Honestly, a dog, because if it comes down to it, I'll eat the dog. My lever action is very easy to take apart and clean. Some of them are. Hey, John, you're in France. That's awesome. Get a free vacation anywhere you choose. Where am I going and why? I want to go to Germany again and go on the unrestricted parts of the Autobahn before they're all gone. And I want to take something stupid like my Durango and put a supercharger on it. 3030 was my first lever gun. I've got a 4570, and my 22 long rifles are bolt guns. So you can't have shellfish, deadly allergic. Oh, well, that sucks. Blackwood knives. I've never messed with them myself. Is that a G3 Tactical? How's it been treating you so far? It is a G3 Tactical. I've had several of them. That's my most recent one. I got it because I was thinking about it. I needed an optics host for inexpensive optics, and that comes with 4 extra plates, so you can literally mount anything on that gun. So that's why I went with that one. It's been running great. All the ones I have had, me and Daniel, my buddy, we went out to the shooting club in West Virginia 2 weeks ago. We put like 150, 200 rounds through it, some fast, some slow. The thing is dead nuts accurate. I like the gun. I think it's underrated. It's not that underrated when you have to pay the full like 480 or whatever it is. But if you can get them like I did, I paid $300. So with the bag and an extra mag, so I had 3 total mags. You bought your 4570 back. Nice. I believe his are extremely well made. His passion for it and quality of his build show. He told me if it gets in a single stack, you'll be by one of them. Well, who knows? Maybe he'll move into that. Like I said, the other reason why I think 2011s are easier to manufacture is because all you have to do is a slide and grip mid frame. You don't have to do the full grip module, which is actually very expensive to mill out that. Because if you look at a 1911, it's hollow in the back, basically, where everything goes. Well, does that G3 have the Olight red dot? No, it's still rocking the Votatu. I got to pick up the Olight. Olight still hasn't sent out the one I ordered because they were behind, so I'm just going down to Middletown and picking one up. Yeah, Bull Armory is a good choice. Thank you, Yeet. We have one of the longer stretches of Autobahn here, used for BMW testing. There you go, sir. Yeah, my father was stationed in Baumholder in 1991 and 1992. Well, he was actually there from 89 to 92, but we were there from 91 to 92. And all we had was a Dodge Omni, a 4-cylinder that could do 115 miles an hour pegged. So I never got the fun that my dad did. Like my dad got to take his lieutenant's twin turbo 300Z on the Autobahn and loved it. But yeah, we were in the Dodge Omni, right? We were maxed out, just and and we got passed by a Beetle. I have a Taurus 1911, and I have a Taurus G3. Yeah, like you said, you know, it just as long as you treat them well, they run. Is there anything scarier than the sound of racking a shotgun to convince your unvisited guests to return from whence they came? One night I came in and I had left my door unlocked and I didn't realize it. Now the guns come down when I'm not home, but I walked in. I couldn't be sure if anybody was in because I thought I heard a noise. So literally, I took I took my spare mag out and I was actually racked the 1911 while walking through the house, and to my ears, same kind of feeling. My great-grandfather was in the United States Army during the Korean War. He was an infantry post. Part of the 24th ID, his weapon of choice was the M1 Garand. Good weapon, good service weapon. Opinion on Derringers. They're definitely worth carrying. I know a lot of guys that carry Derringers with snake shot, just like pocket vest or whatever, when they're out in the field, because you can leave it with the hammer down, cock it real quick, and fire it, and you can run 357 rat shot or whatever. So they actually do have a purpose. They're a little odd to only be carrying a Derringer with 2 shots, but yeah, they are nice. When will companies start producing 80% 1911 frames again? Got tooled up and built 2 before the court cases. It might still be a while. I'm actually working with a company that manufactures 80%ers right now because they want me to look at one of their Roni style kits, one of their Glock carbine style kits. So my Dream MP5 got bought. That transferable. Do they have? I don't know what that is, John. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nero. My enemies are afraid to know what they will get, thus I don't have many. My allies know what they're gonna get. That's why they just don't even bother becoming my enemies. Hello, Jack. If you're here, might as well visit a German range. I wouldn't mind doing that. I've sold some stuff to German transplants, and they've told me some of the rules that you guys have. So, uh, yeah, I know this guy. He immigrated, became a U.S. citizen from Germany, and he loves AR-15s. He's got like 15, 20 of them. He loves to buy and build them. So he loves America just for that. Like Tourette's. You carry 2 firearms on you. Your belt buckle conceals a 2-shot Derringer. There you go. There's a couple of places here in the States. There's one in Minnesota that's really good. We used to eat at like once every few years with the family. Um, Owned by an actual German guy who makes his own brats. His stuff was really good. But yes, I agree. It's hard to get another place's food here. A lot of it has to do with sometimes the ingredients, how they're sourced, and how they're grown, and how they're cultivated. It's like New York pizza. People wonder why New York pizza tastes the way it does. A lot of it has to do with the water they use, believe it or not. Uh, what do I think about the draft? I don't follow sports. Um, 80% Glocks are not illegal, but they're treading the line of home built guns. It's kind of like the way 3D printed guns are still legal, but they may at some point try to get rid of them. YouTube is cracking down on it. Channels like Print Shoot Repeat will start having problems with being able to show some of his content. And again, he has what is apparently a fundamental misunderstanding about what the adult only rating for his channel is going to do to him, because he showed his demographic, and in his demographic the youth are a very small percentage of that. That's fine, that is fine, but your demographic has nothing to do with what's going to happen when your algorithm goes restricted. So if you are 18 plus restricted like 100%, then you will get no airtime. Are P80 Glocks illegal? Are 80%ers legal for EDC? I believe so. I don't know if you really want to get caught carrying a gun with no serial number, because you're just going to get a shit ton of scrutiny from people. Your best bet, if you want to build the gun because you want to control how it's built, is to fill out a Form 1 as a manufacturer. You become the manufacturer of the firearm and get a serial number for it. Otherwise, I do not recommend EDCing a 80%er. Willie, I know what you meant, dude. We have not instituted the draft since World War II. So, did we do it during Vietnam? I don't. We might have done it during Vietnam too. Did we draft in Vietnam? They did. So they conscripted 1.9 million service personnel. Gotcha. So like Gulf War, Gulf War II, Gulf War the current, Gulf War the future. Those are all if you want to sign up kind of things. Also, I'm 45, so I actually think we should reverse the age requirements for the draft. I think you should be drafted as an older individual, kind of like when Fukushima's power plant went up, the nuclear plant went up, and all the old men, all the old school Japanese old men said they'd go in and risk their lives because the youth didn't need to be like involved in that shit. So I actually believe the draft should be backwards. I think it should be older, capable people. If you can still physically pass the draft requirements, I think you should use old people. Also, we have more common sense than young idiots. So I believe that with the draft. If we're going to institute a draft, it should be a reverse draft. Hello from Russia. Hello, Russia. You're 45, 47. Nice. I've heard of Diamond Black. or Diamond, or if you're talking about Diamondback, the gun manufacturer, yes. What caliber is the shotgun? 12 gauge. In World War II, a 40 unit was drafted and sent in. They were the most successful and fewest casualties. Yeah. I don't have a favorite war movie. I actually don't like watching war movies. Well, yeah, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they'll still take younger people before they take the old people. I think it's the back way. Dun, dun, dun. And then we have morons like SK. A lot of comments are being held, so if you're typing cuss words, racial slurs, anything like that, your shit's getting held. Yeah, well, they're changing everything here, so Elmer Fudd now has an axe, as if that's better than a 308 round or a shotgun slug. The Diamondback AM2, isn't that their little pistol? Yep. I've had them. They're actually on the channel here. I don't trust them. They have a false reset in their trigger. My Uncle Harry was a desert rat, World War II, 7th Armored, in what is now Libya. Awesome, dude. So I don't talk much. Number one, I didn't serve. So I don't talk about engagements, things like that. I also don't ask service members about that shit, even my family. Like, my dad is a 30-year career military man. I have never asked him about his time in Afghanistan and Iraq. I know he's killed people there, and he showed me one video one time because he needed me to see what went down at his fob. But I find that real military guys don't talk about their service. They don't want to talk about their service because there's nothing to be prideful about when taking a human life or being forced to engage in war. So what I say is you support your troops, fuck the idiots that sent them. I think all wars should be settled with pie eating contests. Yes, I've already said hello to you, Mr. Russia. Thoughts about getting one, but I may not. No, you got better options out there, dude. Get the Smith & Wesson SD9 V2. They probably cost about the same. The SD9 V2 is like $300, and it's way better than a lot of the lower price stuff on the market, dude. The trigger on that CZ is crazy smooth. And yeah, exactly. I knew you'd like that one. Pretty much. Careful, German boy. Oh, wait, you're not the one from Germany. Trying to ask reasonable questions. Yeah, look, this is not, Doc, no, my buddy Brandon got one of my guns, a Tactical Sport Orange, and he's saying he got it now, so, of my 1911, but might get rid of it. Well, sorry to hear that, but the good thing about 1911s is there's plenty of them out there, brother. Yeah, I hope this mic works, because I'm going to take it out to the range, see if it records well. Oh, AR, Carl. There's just, in the United States, AR. Like in Europe, India, Egypt area, Middle East, Russia, AK all day long. It was a first-gen orange. I enjoyed it, but I was done with it. I have that problem with guns that are easily replaceable, is I'll build them or do things to them, and then I'll get rid of them. Your package is going out in the morning, Brandon. I couldn't get out of bed today. I didn't even, all the way up until like 6:45, I was debating not even going live tonight. Proper etiquette for bringing a shotgun to the gun store to have it looked at. Have it in a bag or a hard case. Make sure the action is locked open. So make sure your bolt is to the rear. Make sure if you have a flag that you put a flag in it, and then go in. Either if you talk to them on the phone before you go in, that's fine. Otherwise, leave your gun in the car, go in, say, hey, I have a firearm. I'm trying to have it looked at. Is it okay if I bring it in? And then bring it in. Don't just bring it in and pull it out of your case. Traded your Savage Stevens 320, which was $200 shotgun that I traded for an $800 1911. Got a good deal there, Yeet. It's cool, no worries. Yeah, did you shoot the Night Stalker yet? AR folding buffer tube attachment. You mean like the Law Tacticals and stuff? It's an interesting concept. I don't know about long term. I don't know if anybody's done like a 5-year follow up on them. Yeah, that was bile. But I'd be interested to see how it handles over time. I went through a few guns, but my first one stays with me for sentimental reasons. I can get that. I can get behind that. My first gun that was given to me as a gift, I'll never get rid of. What do I think of the AMT backup? It's one of my favorite pistols. Never seen that one. Hold on a second. Not yet, but when you get the CZ in, I've got 3 new guns I've got to go shoot. Yeah, you'll be getting your optic with the trigger for the thing, too. Well, isn't that an interesting gun? Isn't that what Lorson and Jimenez copied their design from? Or they might have copied it from Lorson. It's interesting. It's too small for me. Any thoughts on air? No, where are we? Thoughts on 20 McD's nuggets always make me feel better or finishes me off. I'm not buying from McDonald's because of their goddamn price. I was Sunday morning. I went through their drive-through in the morning. It was like $7 or $6 for 2 sausage muffins without egg. I could have went to Burger King and gotten 2 bacon, egg, and cheese croissants for $5. I sold my CZ Cajun. Yeah, right now I am down to just a couple of collectible CZs that I keep in the safe. I truly am an American patriot. Sure. Hey, Christina, how you doing? Nice rack, thank you. They're all natural. When it's cold out, they get hard. Yeah, my buddy started sitting when he pees and bought a Glock and had to get rid of a 1911. Told him I'll take it. That is hilarious. Thank you for that thought. My buddy started sitting when he pees because he bought a Glock. He decided to get a Glock. That is good. I like that, Yeet. Are you a 1-eye or 2-eye open red dot guy? I'm a 2-eye. So no matter how many times I go shooting, I always find my first shot of the day, I always flinch a little bit. Don't know why. It's maybe the audio level or whatever. But after that, like if you watch my range videos and stuff, you'll see both my eyes are open. I prefer to keep both eyes open because I've had idiots at the range, but I've also heard it's a good thing to keep both your eyes open. That way you can see things. Everyone here in Massachusetts on the gun trading website distinctly overvalues what they have. You see G3Cs, they want to trade for a 1911 Performance Series. Yeah, that's crazy, MC. How to win the 1911 versus Glock argument. Own both, have fun with both, carry what you're best with. Doc, I 100% agree, man. Now, here's the thing, Doc. When somebody asks me, like a new shooter, a shooter with no experience, somebody that just wants one gun, right? So I've got a few guns. You guys have seen them throughout the years. I will always recommend a Glock to somebody looking for one gun. If you only want a defensive firearm, a home defense gun, whatever, a personal walking to and from the car, whatever, a Glock. But when you become an enthusiast and you have the ability to collect and shoot many other different types of guns, you're going to find quite quickly that Glocks are just completely boring. They don't offer anything better than any other gun. In fact, their grip angle is by and far the most different from every gun, which is why it's the only one anybody talks about the grip angle as much. They are based on John Moses Browning's designs, yet Glock keeps claiming perfection. Okay, you're using somebody else's designs. So yeah, there's a reason why it works. If Glock had to design it, it probably would have been some form of roller delay. blowback, and it would have sucked. But since they stole the idea of a prolific designer, they wound up getting a gun that worked right. Not good for long term on the folding buffer system. I'll go for a collapsible brace for convenience and portability. There you go. Aren't dots designed for two eyes? I mean, it's recommended that you shoot with two eyes all the time. But guys like James Reeves, right, from TFB TV, he can't keep one of his eyes open. I think he's right eye dominant, so every video he's got his left eye closed because that's the way he shoots. Yeah, all optics, even scopes, you should be shooting with two eyes. Looking for advice on first pistol for a bigger guy looking at shadow systems and SIG. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. If you're going to go with shadow system, I would recommend that you get the Foundation series if you don't want to spend more money than you should. The reason I say that is the standard MR920, which is in their DR920s, which are their full-size guns, they're like $1,000 when they should be $600. The Foundation series gives you optics cut, all the same internals, but at like 630, 640, which is the same price as the Glock 5 MOS, but in a much better body, better grip angle, better trigger, things like that. So I would say if you're going to go with the shadow systems, get the Foundation series. If you're going to go with SIG, make sure you get an X series or better, so like the X5 320 with the flat face trigger, because that trigger is 40% lighter than the curved trigger. Not a fan of Glock. I get that. If you're not a fan of Glock, I would look at the SIGs first. Justin, what's up? Tell them how much they suck. Work, get to listen again. Gotcha. If there's a new person on the range and they're looking for something, I'll bring everything I have. You got a Glock and a duty pistol. I gotcha. Like when we take people to the range, we'll bring 22s all the way up to our fun guns. We always start new shooters on a 22, and unlike the YouTube videos where they're trying to cause drama, we only put one round in every gun until they shoot it at least a couple of times so that they get used to if there is any recoil. We don't worry about the little guy. You don't like Glock for the price of a gun that takes time for you to get comfortable with, and like you said, if you don't spend stupid money on optics, mags, and lights, it's boring. Yeah, so Glock has proven through the Blue Line program and the fact that they were willing to try to cut their price down to become the U.S. military sidearm, that they can make their guns a lot cheaper than they do. And the fact that other companies can make their guns with 85% of the quality for $300 to $350, Glock could literally sell every gun they build if they sold them for $300, which is what a Glock is worth, in my opinion. If they sold for $300, it would be hands down the best $300 recommendation you could ever make. But at $500 and $630 for the Glock 19 MOSs, no, I can't recommend their guns. Kimbers are not worth it. Look at a Springfield Garrison or a Fusion Firearms. Kimber is coming back with their quality control, but they've had a few years of bad quality control. So if you're looking at a used one, maybe, but I would not look at a new one. A buddy of mine is going shooting with me for the first time, and I'm bringing everything. It's going to be a long day packing and cleaning. Yeah, but it's going to be a good day, especially if you get him hooked. Maybe you guys, maybe you'll sell him my my Spectre comp. Hello, Joe. Ever been on safari or would like to go someday? I wouldn't mind going, and I totally get the reason for safaris. I've just never really hunted, just because nobody's ever taken me, and I don't have a need to eat an animal. So I feel if I go hunting, I want to do it only for sustenance or for like coyotes and hogs. That is actually population control. For $600, you'll go Smith & Wesson Performance Center. Agreed. What is the 1911 on the bottom left? That is the Para Ordnance 1911 Black Ops. So that's their railgun. It's kind of modeled after like the Kimber Warrior or the Colt CQB. It is a Series 80 internal, but somebody changed the trigger out at some point before I got it. I only got it this year. This is the 2024 wall, so when I buy new guns in 2024, I'm putting them up behind me for lives, and then they'll go away. I just haven't bought many guns in the last couple months because I've been running my auction and getting my office back up to snuff. But yeah, that's the Para Ordnance Black Ops. Beautiful gun. I've actually been looking for one for 2 years because I'm not paying $1,200 for one. I got mine for $650. Why is the Beretta M9 being replaced? Isn't all the military wants large capacity 9mm safety? What's the next phase out? It's a little bit to do with the fact that number one, they're not easily optics convertible. If you notice the M17 and M18, they're all optics ready. But also the chassis system of the SIG makes it so much easier to service than the Beretta system because you have the external trigger bar and that itty bitty paper clip that basically keeps the gun functioning. So they're just replacing it for the sake of usability. Hope number I got is worth it. I'll let you know when I take it to the range. Like I said, recently I've seen good things, but like in 2020, 2021, a lot of videos like guys were getting the Rapide 10mm and they weren't cycling. So, are guns a good financial investment? Only if you buy them right, Roy. If you get them for the right price, yes. You cannot buy Glocks and expect them to pay off in the long run. But some of my guns that I've purchased because they were trade-ins and things like that. If you buy them at the right price, you will not lose money on them. Like I bought a SIG 226 Elite stainless for $500. It's worth $1,600 now, and I could sell it tomorrow. I've got 5 people that would buy the gun for me. What do I use to look through the scope? I'm left eye dominant when I shoot pistol. I am right eye dominant when I shoot rifle because I'm right-handed. Yep. If the Beretta M9 is being replaced, does that mean some might find their way to Europe? You never know, Doc. They might, but they're already being fully decommissioned. The M17 was picked as the firearm for the U.S. military all the way back in 2019, and full rollout has been going on for the last 5 years. Plates about Glock prices don't take into second the same reason a 20-year-old aim point design is still 400. Government contracts dictate price. Well, that's the problem, a-hole. Name a U.S. government agency that is contracted with Glock, or even a European agency that's contracted with Glock. I can't think of any that are actually contracted with Glock outside of maybe the Austria police and military. You've got the 45 and you've got a newer gun, so that's why I'm hoping yours works great, Brandon. If not, you can send it to me and I'll polish it. You don't need to do that silly stuff. But yeah, they only sell in bulk to governments. They try to become replacement guns, but as far as I know, there's only a few that actually have like full government contracts for Glocks. If we went apocalyptic, you could trade guns for food. Or I could use guns and just take food. Are you a Negan or are you a Shane? Or take the food. Yeah, my favorite carry gun is a Ruger LCP. Nothing wrong with that one. How much does an FNX sell for? Well, you got to get a little bit more specific, Tony, because FNX is a top-of-the-line version of a 9, a 40, and a 45. But a brand new FNX 45 is sometimes in the 900 to 1,000 range. I'm a knife collector. If you're familiar with Chris Reeves knives, there are brands available. Would you say that is this year? I'm not a knife guy. I've only got a couple of cheap ones that were sent to me for reviews a long time ago. People will swear by Benchmade and who made the original out the fronts? I can't remember. A few different guys. I'm a knife fan. I would say Dan Wesson and Ed Brand. What? Procurement contracts. Also, you'd have to I'm not saying you're wrong, but if you enlighten me as to what countries actually have procurement contracts, because Glock does with their pricing for law enforcement and military members that we know of is blue line, which means they have to order it and have it sent in. So there, as far as I know, outside of maybe small like private contracting companies, I can't think of a single individual company outside of Austria that actually has contracts with Glock. I think they just buy them in bulk and they get a discounted price. Hey, Gustavo, what's going on? The thing on top is a 12 gauge. It's an ATI Nomad 12 gauge. It's a single shot 12 gauge. Used to be my office gun. I've got much better stuff there now. Early 2000s Cold Steel was great. Junk now. I'm currently carrying Spyderco and Dura, but looking at Emerson brands. Yeah. Those burgers are overdone. Just my cousin just got me a new PS5 for fixing 3 of his rifles. Now I'm no longer bored. Well, that's cool. Never actually played a PS5, believe it or not. So to clear it up, Chris Reeves knives are considered almost top tier. I would put Ed Brown and Dan West in 1911 in that category. Gotcha. German Army has a minor contract with Glock for our Navy. Cool. Okay, so that's one. That would make sense because it is a European country, and with the Austrian manufacturer close to Germany. Oh, can we go to the range with your collection? Sorry, bud, I am not demo. Yep, still sick. About knives, have you already seen the Skull Crusher, Rambo's knife? Yeah, didn't they actually make that for the movie? They had to exaggerate like the serrations on it. DB, you're still awake. One example would be the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Am I ever going to do a full collection video? Nope. I have no desire to do a collection video. I'm not that kind of gun guy. Also, I paid for all my guns, so Demo's guns are all paid for by his viewers. Same thing with Brandon Herrera and everybody else. So if you guys want to pay for my entire collection, I'll show you every gun I buy with your money. But I don't believe in showing my whole collection. I don't even know how many guns I have because I don't count them. That does make sense, a whole about the U.S. Border Patrol, because they're the ones that commissioned the Glock 47. Can't be that good one, though. Provide CP. They're replacing their current handguns. Wonder how many they're going with. Doesn't say how many guns they bought, but yeah. I guarantee you, though, when you look at the cost, it's probably 10% less than Blue Line, which is only about a $25 discount. How about I show the goods for it? We'll talk money, boom, boom. Buy me guns. I'll show any gun you buy me. If you had to guess how many, I've got 3 large safes and 4 gun lockers. I have no idea. What do we get for $5? I will sell you this tie off my finger. And if you're really lucky, I might put it somewhere gross. Some German police special forces have Glocks too, but they can decide the firearms to suit their needs. Yep. So when they do that, it puts it into a generalized area of it's not really a contract, but they get a preferential treatment for pricings. Shave Schmafe. Yeah, just leave them all out. No, I honestly don't count. I stopped a long time ago because if I thought about how much money I have tied up in guns since I started buying them in 2017, I'd cry. Guys like the collector who makes his life out of telling you that he has a $15,000 this, $15,000 that. What makes me laugh about the collector is he is absolutely not the financial investor when it comes to firearms because he pays whatever anybody asks him to. Now, he might get preferential treatment if he's calling out guys, but he's got, what, 500,000 subs? So I doubt Cabot Guns is giving him that much of a discount, and he's a member of their Cabot of the Month Club. And they're notorious for being late with their guns. So he's a guy that pays full price just to say that he owns a type of gun. So he's the one that will never make money doing what he does. What does a pedal for a handgun do? If you're talking about a gas pedal, it's just a piece of metal that either attaches where the takedown lever is or like on the CZ Tactical Sport where they have a special spot for it. It allows you to put more forward pressure on that side of the gun. So when you're holding a gun, you obviously have your shooting hand, if you're right-handed, for example, and then your left hand comes up underneath, and you're supposed to be putting equal pressure side to side. But with a gas pedal, as they're referred to, you can put extra pressure to help keep the gun from, when you're pulling the trigger, moving. So it supposedly helps you go faster, but you got to train the shit with it. I thought German G6 hours. For the most part, they do. Like he was saying, it was for their Navy. I ran a shop in West Palm Beach years ago. The art and SWAT dudes ran Kimber Raptors, maybe Kimber something. They were probably Kimber Warriors if it was a while ago. The Raptors came out in 18 or 19, I think. Here in Brazil, Sao Paulo, police use HK. The other states use Taurus. Half the paycheck disappears when ammo or a gun you really want is on sale. Yeah, that's why I try to keep the blinders on when I'm looking at new guns. It's why I don't buy new guns. I buy used guns. Did I see the alchemy vid? Guy paid 4,500 and had to send it back 3 times. Subpar. See, that's the other thing. You got to be careful. These little guys. It's what you thought. You never really looked into it. No problem. Aggregate. Yeah, you've been gone for a while. I'm starting to sweat really bad. What am I gaining buying an expensive 1911 versus a budget 1911 besides finish if the budget 1911 runs well? You're not gaining much of anything. I can tell you right now, for probably 85% of shooters out there, a Rock Island 1911 will probably be all the 1911 you need. If you are extremely proficient in shooting 1911s, or you've had a lot of time shooting custom triggers out of 1911s, then you'll notice a difference. But for the most part, you will not really be able to tell. If you're an amateur 1911 shooter, you're not going to be able to tell. I've shot 1911s only for about 8 years, but I probably have more rounds through 1911s than I do any other guns. So yeah, I can usually tell the difference between, oh yeah, I am definitely not feeling good. I've been sitting here for an hour. That's my heart rate right now, 103. So that explains why I don't feel good. Beretta 92, they say are good. I've heard that it has a 380 recoil and 9mm caliber. It's not that bad. The 380 caliber is a little bit snappier than I'd say a Beretta is. But with the open top, it doesn't have as much material up front. So yeah, it does snap a little bit more. Hell yeah, I'm live. Bro, you need medical attention. No, it's just things I go through, brother. Budget AK, new to caliber. If you want something on the cheaper end that'll still run decent, look at a Century Arms Vishka. They're actually okay now. They've done a lot better manufacturing. Like first-gen Vishkas were pretty terrible, but the new stuff is actually pretty decent. Beretta had a factory in Palo. They decided to get out from Brazil, so they sold the factory to Taurus. Since then, Taurus could reproduce a Beretta, so the PT92. Absolutely, Gustavo. In fact, 100%. When the Beretta won the U.S. contract for our sidearms, there were other reasons that made them want to submit, but yeah, when they won the U.S. contract, they sold their factory to Taurus in Brazil, because actually they were using Taurus employees to build their guns at the time, because it didn't make sense to bring a bunch of Italians to live in Brazil to manufacture guns. Thanks, man. The broom behind me has a LPVO on it. It's got a 3-9 by 32, and a red dot and a laser. You always say that, DB, you lovely bastard. No. My name is Excedrin, and I live in, this was full 24 days ago. Where are they from? I'm not peeling the sticker. Personally, I don't carry GI models just because I don't like their grip safety. And most GI models, like true GI models, have that stupid raised rear mainspring housing. Not like taking 11 pills at once. I put that broom up last Monday when I wasn't feeling good, and it's been evolving. I found my zip ties, so I'm going to replace the tactical tape with zip ties. That is a street sweeper. Also, it has a compensator that's upside down, so if it did fire, it would shoot, the barrel would go up. I have a lot of different medications. 3 different blood pressure medications, 2 for heart, and a couple for nerves, and all kinds of stuff. And those are just my evening meds. I also have morning and afternoon meds I have to take. I have them spaced out over the course of 3 times during the day. So, thankfully for the modern day people, we have science keeping us alive. What calibers do you own, and do you have a favorite? Nope, I do not, and I have most calibers. You want boom boom? You give me boom boom, I take your boom boom. When your body says you need some rest, go get some rest. I'm probably only going a few hours tonight because of that. I'll probably get done here probably at about 3 hours. Steve, what's up, my guy? Feel better sooner. And more couch, please. Yes, I've got to do the videos. So I had Daniel bring me 4 guns from Liberty Arms to do videos on, and I felt not up to the task. And so, yeah. Do I have a SIG SP 2022? I did. I sold it to my buddy Daniel because he wanted it, and it was too small for my hands. Sorry to hear that, MC. Nerve pain meds suck too. How old am I? I am 45 years old this year. I am ready to just enjoy the golden years of my life. And with any luck, there aren't that many of them left. Send them to me, I'll do vids on them. No. You asked me if I wanted Boom Boom DB. One of these days, I'm just going to drive to one of your guys' house and just show up. I'm going to be blasting Careless Whispers out the back of the Durango. And I'm going to make you drive a Dodge without dissing it. Do I have to deal with any weird state laws where I live? Yeah, we don't have private sales anymore in Virginia. Favorite plane? McDonnell Douglas F4 Phantom. Dude, I'm young. Ha! In 1642, they'd be calling me Merlin. What year Durango? It's a 2015 RT. I have a Ram ProMaster in my driveway right now. Did you just call a Fiat a Ram? Isn't the Ram Master built on like an extended and widened Punto? Joe, I was going to put this in an email, but screw it. I love what you've done for the community, and I love this little group we have. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for saying that, brother. Green tea with honey and lemon. I'm allergic to pectin. And lemon sucks. Well, made in Mexico. Yeah, but it's a free work truck, so. Have I seen the new Godzilla? No, I haven't. What's my favorite place to go on vacation? I don't go on vacation. The last time I left to really go anywhere on a vacation, I drove from here to Minnesota to visit family. And literally, I was there for a day and I wanted to come home. Explain me something. USSL 30 ammo for an M1 Garand, for example, so I can buy any other weapon in this caliber, like a Browning. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 30-06, tons of different guns shoot the 30 cal out of an M1 Garand. Or if you got like an M1A with 308, I mean, yeah, there are tons of different guns in every caliber here. It's one of the most awesome things about living here, Gustavo, is the fact that if you want to shoot 30-06, you can get like a Browning, not a Browning, it was, what was that? The Remington Model 760 pump action in 30-06. You can get bolt action guns. You can get all kinds of crazy stuff, dude, that shoots that stuff. Sweet, I got a 2015 Citadel. Does yours have a sport mode? Mine has the Hemi, but no sport mode like my Charger. No. I think when they went to the Scat Pack or the 392 Durangos is when they gave them a sport mode. Mine is a 2015, so is yours. So we both have the 8-speed ZF transmission, but all I have is paddle shifters. I don't have a true sport mode. However, when I engage the paddles, it does lock out the automatic transmission, so it will lock into the gear, unlike on the Charger. And I used to have the 300 Hemi with the 8-speed, and that had a sport mode. I wish it had a sport mode, but my 2021 Challenger has a sport mode, and I never use it because in standard mode, the transmission shifts faster than my 300 did in sport. So, same engine as Caravan, really disappointing me. My Hemi is the same as your Caravan. You've got a cool. Do I take Excedrin? Yes. So it's not only for that, it's also because it thins my blood out. But also, yeah, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory part of the aspirin, as well as the acetaminophen. The concentration in Excedrin is high enough that, well, it's not really high enough because my dose is 500 milligram pills. So can you teach me how to read shotgun ammo cases? Oh, slug literally just says slug. It might say 1 ounce, but it's literally going to say slug right on it. It's just finding slugs is a bitch because they're always expensive. Yeah, I know, Zaxxon. I'm just fucking with you. Did I see the subject line on Cash App? Yes, I did. You're a funny, funny fucker. I'd try Midol, but then my descended ovaries would crawl back up. Black, because powders work wonders for me. BC powders? What's BC powders? 28 grams. Am I a mechanic? I was. I used to own my own body shop, and I was a mechanic for 15 years. I started in the car business in 2001 in February, and then obviously 9/11 happened. But I started in the business in 2001. By 2003, I was tired of other people screwing up my shit. Like, I could do alternators, window regulators, things like that, but I really became a mechanic in 2003, and then I did full mechanic work for 15 years after that, and then I got out of the car business completely in 2017. I sold my shop in 2011 for my body shop because my legs were starting to act up at that point, and I couldn't do it anymore. But yeah, I was a mechanic for about 15 years. I still can, once a mechanic, always a mechanic, but when people were illiterate, they used to buy shotgun shells by the color. Yeah, also by the height of the brass. You got shells the other. Well, you're also in California, Zaxxon. I'm not bored and I'm not sleepy. I'm just very ill right now, brother. Mechanic. Yeah. Come on over here, dude. Let's work on shit together. Anything that says number 7 or number 8 or another number is birdshot. If it's a buckshot, it'll say number 1 buck or double out, double, blah, blah, blah. Slug will say 1 ounce. That's what I said. Sorry to hear that. No, it's okay, man. Honestly, I got tired of doing the body work. Because when you do it correctly, it takes a longer time. If anything needs welding, I'm in. That's the one thing I never did. I bought a welder last year. I still have not even turned the thing on yet. I need to learn to weld like properly. I've got an '06 Ram Night Runner, which was a relatively low production number truck, and it's got rust in the box because they all do. And I need to weld up new panels on that. If you had to choose between the two, would you take percussion cap or flintlock? I don't even know what the real difference is. So you're the right person to send me pieces for me to make a racing Honda Civic here. Lol. The cost of importation, man. It's really headache med in the Carolinas, but too much is bad for your liver. Oh, acetaminophen's terrible for your liver. Every 6 months I have to have a liver test because I literally take 3 grams. So they're 500 milligrams per, and I take 6 per dose, and I usually take 24 a day. So I'm usually taking 18 grams of aspirin a day. So one time I chewed an entire bottle of 24, but it was gross. You got a new set of torches and welder in today, $1,500. Jesus. You weld pipes with oxy fuel and stick. Nice. Not a vet. But yeah, so this bottle was full 22 days ago. It's almost empty. Hey, if you find stuff that works for you, Joseph, that's cool. I've been dealing with my problems for almost 30 years now, so Joe measuring his aspirin take in grams is wild. Yeah, my doctor hates it when I do that because then they have to back it off. So if I wind up in a hospital or for some reason and I have to tell the doctors, I have to tell them, so they're like, how much aspirin do you take a day? And I tell them 18 grams. And they just stand there and they look at me and they don't understand it. Yeah, I'll take your word for it, a-hole. I have a medical condition that is barely affected by what I'm taking now, so I've tried literally everything, but I'm not going to go out of my way to try stuff that isn't. Hookers and blow used to work for me. What, being a hooker? I wish drugs worked on me. I wish, like, real pain meds worked. Shocking to see the huge bottles you Americans get. Well, this is supposed to last like a year for most people. It lasts me a month. Could you move to Oregon to reduce the importation cost? Lol. Sorry, bud. I have an ingrown hair in the middle of my mustache, and it hurts. Family size for all. Yep. Yo, I have a question. It's really loud in America. You can kill somebody for. No, Kareem. You cannot just kill somebody in your house. The only time that it is legal to take another person's life is in defense of your own life or those immediate to you. You cannot just kill somebody, and if you try to lie and say you killed them in self-defense, it's going to come out. There's a thing called forensics, and outside of planting evidence, a lot of crime labs are actually pretty good at determining things. There's a difference, DB. Castle doctrine is not what he's talking about. He just said you're allowed to kill somebody in your home for no reason. That's not Castle doctrine. Real pain meds / opioids are scary good. Got a morphine shot once. It made me understand what all those young generations are looking for. Here's one for you, Ziggy. I am non-responsive to opioids, so I take no real pain meds. I will take Dilaudid when I'm in the hospital via an IV, and it literally wears off in 5 minutes. I've had mainline morphine. It wears off in 5 minutes. And I've actually worn multiple fentanyl patches. And fentanyl is 100 times stronger than heroin, and literally did nothing to me. So I wish pain meds worked on me. What's my opinion on the Lee Enfield? They're cool. I don't really mess with that older Milsurp stuff, but they're nice rifles. Look really nice, especially when the wood's in good shape and they haven't been sporterized. Yeah. If an intruder is in your home, not like your sister, or just some dude that you invite over from Craigslist. Also, like, if you're shooting a dude in the back, you're going to jail. Alaska is the best gun state. Actually, Wyoming is nationally widely recognized. Alaska is like 4th or 5th, believe it or not. Tell me about it, Ziggy. I've had multiple amputations and they won't, they don't care. So all they can do is give me nerve blockers, like needle injected nerve blockers. So there's Turk YouTubers in America saying if you pass their garden, they'll be able to kill you and get no punishment. Yeah, good luck with that one, Kareem. Kareem, sorry. You only have one M, so I don't know if it's Kareem or Kareem. So the pistols for military, like the Mark 25, they worth it? The Mark 25 is worth it for a very specific reason. Number one, it's the waterproof one or the water-resistant one, all-weather gun. But number two, it's the only 226 that has a real pick rail on it. Yeah, all the other ones have SIG's proprietary rail. It's not that big a deal because most modern lights will connect right to them, but it's the only way to get a real pick rail. I like bush. I prefer a shaved garden. Nerve blockers don't work for very long. No, they don't, but like I said, mainline morphine works for 5 minutes. A nerve blocker will work until my body processes it. It takes a little bit longer because it's localized. Like if it's in my legs, it'll last for about an hour. You took 2 shots of tequila and darn near pooped yourself. Oh, you delightful young child, Miss Jones. Yeah, 24 hours tops. You only like bush for 24 hours? But my country, Brazil, has more than 20 cities in this rank. I'd say that because no one here really enforce our laws. They are troopers, but only bother you if you're drunk or speeding. When did the military stop issuing the 1911? It was phased out in the 80s in favor of the Beretta M9 series of guns. So the adoption was technically in 1983, but I think full rollout was like 1985 or 1986, something like that. Glock store just moved to Tennessee. Why? I thought Arizona would be higher on the list, but it's pretty far down as far as gun ownership. Did not know that. I have an old police issue 357 Magnum. Pretty awesome. Nice, dude. 2 World Wars, DB is typing. Yeah, it was adopted in 82 because that's when Beretta sold their factory to Taurus. But like I said, full rollout, just like with the SIG, it takes years to get full rollout. No, I fish, but I don't do hunting, just because nobody's taken me. Are 1911s with the full guide rod still technically 1911s? 100%. 1911 is the actual entire platform. Minor differences such as ambidextrous safeties, flat or raised rear main spring housing, things like that. Even the Series 70, Series 80 doesn't change the classification of the gun. So the full guide rod doesn't change the classification of it. I think 85 was when transition to the M9 actually took place. That's what I said. Everybody loves following up and agreeing with me. What's your fishing setup? Typically, whatever my buddy has on hand. Last time we went fishing, I got drunk and fished with a Barbie Zebco pole that a buddy got from Walmart for like $6. Arizona is hot box. Yep. Non-responsive to normal opioids. I like to ask if you're partially Asian because due to genetic differences, some opioids won't work on Asian people. That is true, and I am half Korean. So, yes, good call. Now, are aircraft boneyards considered technically federally protected property, or how does that work, considering that we have multiple unused fighter jets, embalmers, and bombers that were never flown or used? They are federally controlled. You cannot take parts from a boneyard. However, much like a national forest and stuff, you can go and visit them. I believe they have hours of operation, though. You can't just be in there anytime. First gun I ever bought was a Rock Island 1911 double stack 9mm 22 TCM combo. I've heard of Spike's Tactical, but not specifically the Crusader. Right now it's a hot box in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'm purposely avoiding going outside at all. Just to show you, that's what my heart rate looks like. I have a very screwy heart rate. Oh, you didn't see that. Sorry. Oh, yeah, you can see it there. And we're still at 101. I am so out of... I think right now the other problem I have is that I'm so out of energy that my body is just kind of eating whatever it can for energy, and it's causing me to heat up. Because I feel warm. I'm sweating just sitting here. I have a fan on me. Is that a good number? No, 101 is not a good number for a resting heart rate. It's almost 40% higher than it should be. Heard from many Americans their first gun was a 1911. What was yours? 1911, Doc. I miss my old Spike's Tactical Frankenstein AR. It was a fun gun. Yep. I have too much energy? No, my body is fighting right now. Order a steak from DoorDash. No, I'll be fine. It's not a protein deficiency. I've been to South Florida. You can keep the humidity. Yeah, no, I'll go to Texas before I go to Florida just because I'd rather... I'm fine with heat. I can handle 110 all day. I just can't handle the humidity. How tight do I prefer the barrel bushings? I don't want like a ton of slop, but I don't like them so tight that you have to use the tool. I think that if they are precision fit, they shouldn't be that tight. A lot of times that's just force it and send it on the part of the manufacturer. Dude, I have no idea, Joseph. Are you trying to make some kind of weird bomb thing, bro? Is... You're unarmed. Got it. Even the folks I met who love heat cannot stand our daily 112 degrees. I'll compete with you as long as I don't have to do anything. Silly. Sir, if you're experiencing any sudden extreme heart pain in the left arm, pain going from the stomach to the heart. I appreciate that, Doc. I really do. I've been a frequent flyer at hospitals since I was a child. I know the signs of a heart attack and stroke. I appreciate that. I really do. My accelerated heart rate is because my body is literally just fighting to work right now. It's just something I deal with I have autoimmune diseases. So it is the way it is. It's just some days I feel worse than others because I haven't eaten today. Yeah. I might eat an expired pie. As someone who handles a lot of handguns on the regular, what brand seems to have the best quality control in your opinion? Believe it or not, companies, they're all within fractions of each other. Honestly, they're all within fractions of each other. Now, there are some that are a little bit lesser on the fractions, such as like Palmetto State has a higher fraction of defects that leave their factory. But if you're talking about like Rock Island, Glock, Smith & Wesson, all those companies, I've received duds from them all. But I've also received lots of good guns from them all. So they're all very, very close. How does Cajun's barrel bushing work? They actually, if you're talking about like the TS Orange 2, which uses the same style of bushing, they're actually cut in like a real bushing. You got a timeout because you either spammed something or you were saying something that wasn't in the vein of our speakage. I'll be all right, Lucrative. Like I said, I'm just not feeling good. Yeah, Joseph, we're done answering those questions. Go to Google. I'll give you 120 plus. I can't wait until summer truly hits. Well, I lived in Minnesota, and in the entire United States, you wouldn't think this, but Minnesota has the wildest swing from the lowest low to the highest high in a single year. So there are states, obviously, that have massive highs, but don't get nearly as cold. In the state of Minnesota, one year, we went from minus 79 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 79 degrees to 113 in a 6-month span. So Minnesota has the wildest swings in the entire United States, which is kind of cool because they get a lot of lake effect from places. I mean, it's the point where if you stand outside for 5 minutes, you get melanoma. I don't know who decided to plant the city here. Swearing in comments hurts the channel. Yeah, it does. Your thoughts on the CZ Shadow 2 Compact? It's an interesting gun. It's not that much smaller than a regular Shadow, so I approve of it. And that was in International Falls also. But yeah, it's a good gun, and the fact that you can get an optics cut is nice. Minus 15, you pussy. I used to go out and shovel in minus 15. No, I actually still do that nowadays. I will shovel in a t-shirt because when I lived in Minnesota, when I was working for the car dealer, we used to have to do our own snow removal, and I hated getting hot, so I would literally take off my jacket and just be out there. Energy might be from low blood sugar. If you're starting to sweat, your blood sugar is dropping to dangerous levels. Some honey or some sugar cubes for a quick boost might help and get me going. We'll see. Like I said, I need to probably eat something here in a while. It doesn't feel like low blood sugar to me. I'm not in any way feeling the dizzy, and I'm not really sleepy. I just don't feel good. So it's more of a malaise than it is tired. I'm not sleepy in any ways. I don't want to sleep. Like I don't have a desire to like close my eyes and sleep. So your father's from Eden Valley and moved to Phoenix. He would tell me that all the time. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? So I'm thinking about sending my PO1 to Cajun, but there's also CZ Customs. Any opinion or choice? Cajun has their style dialed in, right? And it's all they do. CZ Customs, is also a really good shop, but I would probably say I would trust Cajun more than CZ Customs at this point, personally. Can't eat an orange, I'm allergic. I'll be back after the Celtics, Joe. If you stop the stream, I'll see you Wednesday. Stay safe. I'll stay on as long as I can. Thinking about FN 510. What do I think about the 10 millimeter? I'm not a big fan of the 5 series from FN. It's a cash grab series. It's really not one that I care for. You're subscribed on a truck driver channel. He says, while in North Dakota during the winter, they must put additives to diesel so it doesn't freeze. Is it true? Yes. Diesel fluid is very susceptible to temperature. Below freezing is very bad for diesel because it's already very close to gelatinous as it comes out of the pump, and then once you cool it down, it turns into a solid basically. Just because somebody is a felon shouldn't mean they should lose their right to defend themselves. I agree, Craig. I 100% agree. If you've done your time, you've paid for your crime, and it was a non-violent crime, you didn't kill somebody, you weren't beating your wife or your girlfriend or your husband, I 100% agree. Now, if you fuck up a second time, that's on you. But I do agree. I think you should get a chance to be able to purchase firearms and defend yourself, especially if it was a non-violent crime. You really like your FN 510. See, here's where I'm on. I've given it a lot of thought because I was going off the cuff when I was saying how bad I thought FN 5 Series was, and I was saying, oh, it's bullshit compared to the other guns. The problem is that you're taking a gun that has FN's name on it and making it much more commercially available without giving it enough of a discount, in my opinion. I still think that their plastics are inferior to the old FNX series and the old FNS series. They're a good gun, don't get me wrong. I just don't care for them. I think they're too commercialized. We can all stomach fine means you'll feel better. Don't want to be annoying. It's just the old EMS instincts kicking in. No, you're not insulting me in any way, Doc. It's just you, like you said, EMS instincts. You're going off what you see right in front of you, and I'm going off of nearly 30 years of constant hospitalizations. Since 2011, my medical file is over 3,400 pages long now. So. Have you heard about the X-Fire? Yes, the Ermox. It's a goofy looking gun. I don't like the way it looks. I'm very, very aesthetically driven when it comes to guns. What 10 millimeter would I recommend? Glock 20, Glock 40, if you want the long slide. The Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 in 10 millimeter. Any 1911 in 10 millimeter. Tony, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. As a heavy-duty diesel mechanic, diesel fuel is a pain in the ass to deal with below 20 degrees. Yes, additive help, but it takes 3 to 4 cans of summer air to start just use a gasser for winter. Or do like we did. We had a Volkswagen diesel in 2002. We had taken one in on trade, and we just let it run all winter. It leaked oil at a very predictive rate, so we just added oil. They are expensive. I agree with that. Yeah, so I just think that FN has done damage to their own brand by doing things that don't make a lot of sense to me. Now, I had an argument in a comment section with another guy because I did a video on the FN. All right, Jackson. I did one on the FNS9 or the FNH9, which is the hammer-fired 9mm, and I compared it directly to the new FN high power. And the dude was trying to say they were completely different systems, but they're not. If you look at it, all FN did was they tweaked a little bit with the fire control group in the rear of the gun, but the FNH9 is literally what the high power recreation, the one they came out with in 2023, is literally the fundamentals for it. It has the ambi safety that does nothing to stop the slide. It has the slide lock that goes all the way through the frame and is 2-piece. It has the exact same hammer, exact same trigger bar. It's actually ridiculous. Hi, Susu. Which switch gun? We bought an UAZ, had a very liquid oil because of that, and when we brought it back to Germany, it leaked like hell due to the temperature difference. Yeah, and obviously here in the United States, diesels are not nearly as popular. They're more of a Volkswagen until their scandal, and then mostly pickup trucks here in the United States. Do I like the 2011s? Yeah. Um, okay. That's crazy that it would leak even a thicker oil just because it was warmer. That engine was not very oil tight, was it? 10 mil. Thoughts on 45 Glocks for EDC? My EDC is a 19X with an RMR and a Surefire. If you want to carry a 45 Glock, go for it, man. I don't like the small frame ones. I carry full size 45s. I don't carry small ones. What is the small frame? Is that a 31? 32 is 357 SIG. Isn't a 31, I think, for the 19 size frame? Great live, my friend. Keep it up. Always doing a great job. Thank you, sir. Arizona Homegrown comes in with his first super on a live stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like I said, I almost didn't even want to come live tonight, but I can't do that a couple of times in a month. Standard Manufacturing makes a switch gun 22 mag. Look it up. Oh, Standard Manufacturing's come out with a lot of cool stuff. Yes, you may have a gun. I drive trucks here in Brazil, thinking about making the chili route. To make the chilies route, I will need to take care about this. Yeah, be careful. If you have the ability, if you have a block heater and anywhere, bring an extension cord. Block heaters will save your headache. Oh yeah, I have seen the switch gun. We have those at the store actually. They're cool. They're not for me though. I don't like small guns. Just suffered a truck crash, still in recuperation. I'm sorry, Gustavo. I'm glad you're doing better. No long swords. Spent 2 days rewelding the entire truck bed and some supports. Jesus, Doc. Thank you, Cody. More barrel equals more velocity. To a point, RG, there is a diminishing point of returns. For example, 9mm past 16 inches, you're wasting metal. AR-47, I've got the Radical Arms RF-47, which is the AR chambered in 7.62 by 39. I like it. Used to drive a Volvo FH460. That sounds like a big one. Thank you for your time and info. No problem, Arizona Homegrown. Appreciate you being cool in the chat and hanging out with somebody that's not feeling it as well as you should. Love your streams, man. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. And I agree with your name. Oh. Yeah, we actually have the Bond Arms, not the Bond Arms, but the North American Arms version of the switch gun at the store right now, but we can get the switch gun if somebody wants one. It's a much slower day today, but I'll take this over Wednesday for fucking love of God. Jesus Christmas, man. Sorry if I cuss once in a while. I apologize. I'm still trying to cut back on that. Did you guys see the video I put up of my buddy's dog? His wife works for a vet clinic, so she keeps bringing back damaged dogs. So they just adopted a tripod. He's a lab boxer mix, we think. Fun dog, but only has 3 legs. Apparently, the owner's asshole neighbor shot him in the leg, which was a bullshit thing to do because the dog was only like 5 months when he got shot. But my buddy and his wife are giving it a good, loving home. Thank you, man. Screw on my shoulder, left feet, 50 stitches on my leg. Jesus, Gustavo. Well, keep plugging away, brother. You were looking at the Bond Arms 45. Yeah, Bond Arms stuff is pretty good. They bought out Cobra, if I'm not mistaken. So, and they improved all their guns. I have a short of the welding and cooling process. Classic welders, I have so many cylinders left over. Well. Dun, dun, dun. I'm actually looking at your short right now. Good Lord, that whole floor. It's gonna be a nice van when you're done, though. Give her a like, she. You do it with the oxy fuel because you have so many cylinders. Yeah. Do I have a Kimber Rapide? I've always thought they look amazing. No. I want to get the Kimber Rapide Dusk, which is the black one with the bronze barrel in it, kind of almost like a Terran Tactical look. I just have not got around to it yet. I keep ordering other guns and then working with other companies. So, do they have an E-Flex for sale? Don't know if they ordered one in or not, a-hole. I know that you can just order one off their website if they're available anywhere right now. They should be in stock, but I don't think they have one in stock. Oh, also, so if you guys use, like, if you go to Liberty Arms, also, this is just throwing this out there. This is not a plug or anything, but they did this for me. If you go to Liberty Arms .biz, which is the online store, and you buy anything, you get 5% off. You know, that's your credit card fee right there. Just type in Jimmini at checkout. Yeah, they've got them and they've got them available for order. So they've got the FDE and the black ones. They're at $360 though. It's a little on the expensive side. Look at PSA when they get them in. They're cheaper. My favorite straight wall cartridge for rifles is 30-30. Love me some 30-30. Do companies send you guns just to test, or can you keep them? Some companies will send a gun just for somebody to test, like a testing and evaluation. Hickok 45 is always clear when he gets a gun just for testing purposes. Some companies will send you one and you can keep it. It's basically they're asking you to do a review of the gun, and that's basically like your payment for agreeing to make a video, taking the time to make a video. It varies from company to company, person to person. And sometimes they might send it for a test and evaluation, and you can offer to buy the gun too. Play a little bit before. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to play a little bit. Cool, dude. Half my garage is oxy, propane, and acetylene cylinders. Most of my videos are on the range. Yeah, I noticed that. I was just kind of giving it a quick glance. FN Scar 16s, any good? 16S, any good? It's overpriced. You got the Rapide Heat, but I didn't like the red, so I switched it with the blue. Yeah, no, his gun looks really nice. Ain't nothing wrong with the shameless plug. Yeah, so like I said, they're my buddies. I helped out down at the store. Looks like they took a picture without me in it, which is fine. I don't want to be in the picture anyway. But yeah, if you check them out. I was doing some homework, so I was going to be less active in chat, but what is your favorite Colt revolver? I mean, it's probably just going to be a Python. I'm not a big Colt fan. I prefer the Ruger GP100. I think it's got a better trigger. A Smith & Wesson 629 has a better trigger. Colt is fine for like a display piece, but I don't own any old revolvers really. I've owned, like the older stuff I own is just standard like swing out cylinder age stuff. I don't go much past like the 50s. Just doing some homework, no problem. What would happen if you gave a horrible review of a gun they sent you? Well, they would probably not send me any more guns, to be honest with you. I'm kind of getting a little bit of that from T-Sauce. If you weren't here last week and the week before for what's going on with them, I'll do a quick recap because you might as well, because the people want to know these things. So I purchased T-Sauce's Double Stack Night Stalker, which is their 2011 clone, and it ran flawlessly unsuppressed, but it would get gummed up very quickly and fail to go back into battery when it was suppressed. And taking a look at it, it was because the finish on it, the Cerakote they use, is very thick. So obviously it was closing the tolerance on the gun. So what I did was I went in and I removed all the finish off the inside of the slide, the top of the frame, the mid frame, the rails, everywhere to smooth it out. And I did. But as I was polishing all that out, because you're going to make machine marks or file marks when you're getting that stuff. But as I kept trying to clean it up, I noticed that there were a lot of cavities in the metal. So I made a video expressing my concern that it felt like it was a cast piece and not a forged piece, which is what TSOS is marketing their company on. And they eventually got back to me because I said they were lying, basically, because nobody would respond to me. I sent SDS emails and nobody ever got back to me. So SDS finally gets back to me. The president of the U.S. market gets back to me, sends me an email, tells me that he's been to the factory, he's seen the forgings himself, all this stuff. I told him I had sold the gun and I would try to get it back. And without really going into any of the specifics of what he wanted to do, he was like, okay, well, when you get it back, I'll send you a shipping label right away. So I stopped and I said, well, what are your intentions with the gun? I don't want a replacement. I want that gun back. I want to know what you're planning on doing with it. And I want to know how long you're going to have it. And rather than answering any of those questions, which I don't think are outside the realm of a normal question, because I sent him high res, like 50 megapixel pictures, he sends me back promotional pictures of forgings that are like 720p compressed down to an email and says, well, here's the proof that they're forged. Because I didn't want to send the gun back until I got some answers from them. I didn't want a replacement. I invested time, energy, and money into that gun. And so there's like, oh, well, if you can just show this to your audience and tell them that it is indeed forged, we'd really appreciate that. And I've had no more communication since. So I will not be promoting TSOS on this channel anymore. No percussion revolvers. No, I'm not really into older stuff, brother. What is Cerakoting? Cerakoting, it's Cerakote, if you want to Google it. It's just a finished type. It's kind of like Kleenex brand, so Cerakoting is a name brand for it. It's a very durable finish. It's not bluing, so Cerakoting is usually what you use when you want different colors. There's also Parkerization, which is what Rock Island does, but it's not as strong. Cerakoting is a much stronger finish. You got your buddy watching my videos and now he wants to buy the TSOS from me. Well, unless you told him what you paid me for it, make some money off your buddy. What do I think of the Canik MC9 as an EDC? It's got 12+1 capacity, multiple mags in the box, and it's a good price. I say go for it. How do you feel about Canik? I have a rival and enjoy it, but I do notice some production errors and a lot of failure to feed issues with other Caniks. That is one of the issues you can run into. Caniks for me have generally been very positive. I've never had any of the issues I've heard about, like firing pins breaking or recoil springs having issues, things like that. Failure to feed issues, that a lot of time is attributed to the feed ramp on them. Also, because they are so top heavy, they actually lend themselves to feed issues because of grip. Not saying it was you. I'm just saying that a lot of the other ones you see where the gun doesn't go fully back in the battery or the round sticks at the top of the chamber, that's because they are, if you compare them to like a Smith & Wesson, a Glock, or any other ones, they are much more top heavy and nose heavy. So the weight of them cycling, believe it or not, some people will limp wrist them without even noticing, and it can cause feeding issues. You were looking at the Night Stalker, you heard they're not that great. Like I said, to preface everything, the only reason I did what I did was because it wouldn't cycle 100% when it was suppressed, and it came with suppressor height sights and a threaded barrel. That's what I bought the gun for. And if I didn't do what I did to the gun to make it function smoother, I would have never noticed the cavities. I could have shot that gun for years and probably never noticed an issue. It's just, yes, it is a forged frame and slide. It's a shit forging. It's like when somebody does something using molds that are out of production. So, for example, PTR in the United States bought a lot of HK's moldings for their MP5, for their PTR 9 and 9C. And those guns, those molds are the old molds. So they tend to need more finishing. And that's just what it seems like with TSOS. They went with the cheapest possible forging machines they could get their hands on. Hope you get better. Thank you, Dr. Drayax. Hey, it's coming down since I took my blood pressure meds. Opinion on the GSG STG-44. I thought about getting a running CCI Stinger and mini mag through it. No real opinion on it. GSG is on the lower price side of the market when it comes to reproduction guns, but they seem to have a following. They either work or they don't. Like the GSG Firefly, which was also sold as the Sig Mosquito, those had terrible functioning issues, but people still love them. I opened up a can of worms for them. Now, that video has had almost 100,000 views, and I've not made another update video, mainly because I sold the gun, and I don't feel like buying any more of their guns to make any more videos. I could make a series out of it, but I don't want to be one of those expose kind of channels. Look, they let me down, so they're not getting my money. Oh, fuck. Local gun store has a car P9 for sale for $250. Should I grab it? They're not that good a gun. $250 though is not a bad price. If you find a car buyer in the future, they are going to pay you much more than that for the gun. Glocks aren't real. Local gun store has a car P9. Yep, got it. Hey, what's your cheapest firearm you got? Now, what I paid for guns versus what they sell for is always a different story. Car guns aren't great. No, if you get a steel-framed car, you're okay. But if you actually look at any of their polymer-framed guns, which I think the P9 is, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's the steel-framed, it would be a lot more money for one. But the polymer-frame ones, if you take the top off, they have no metal inserts for their guide rails. So you literally have plastic guide rails with no inserts. They warp and melt, and that's the serialized part of the gun, so it sucks. But yeah, in terms of cheapest firearms, the cheapest firearm I probably have, I've actually got a couple of guns that I've bought for like $20. That's just because they came into the store and the boss didn't want them, so I just threw out a shit number and they wound up taking the money, and then I would be forced to buy them from the store. You took a look at an SA-35, looks like a pretty good handgun. It is decent. It's built to much more realistic high power standards than the FN gun is. So it's definitely worth a look. I don't think it's worth $700 because right now on Gunbroker, you can buy real high powers for about that. So why would you buy a clone? Helps if you type it right. What gun company has the most lawsuits? It's hard to say because I don't know every company. I do know Glock has had hundreds of lawsuits regarding their guns going off on their own. Question, will a slide from an SFX rival fit on a Meta SFT frame? I believe so. I believe they will because I believe they're both the Gen 2 or Gen 3 frames. Yeah, so you can get a Browning 9 high power for, I don't know why I looked at completed sales, but $900, $900, 1987 Browning high power for $600, had 21 bids, $700 with 15 bids. Yeah, so actual Browning high power dropped in price since all the clones came out. They're one of the few that actually got hurt by it. And these are actual Belgian ones. $706, 25 bids. So, yeah, if you're talking about $700 for the Springfield or $700 for a real FN Browning, I'd go with the FN Browning. How well did they perform? One was a Jennings JA9. The other one was an old 1022. The 1022 ran fine. Some high-power pistols for sale for surplus. Yep, good chance it's gone by now. Yeah, unless they get the Canadian ones. But I'm not talking about surplus. I'm talking about the like from Browning guns. What was the best way to load and reload your ammo in your gun to prevent the round from pushing the bullet further into a case from being reloaded? Honestly, I would just avoid chambering the same round over and over. if you're going to be like emptying the gun every time you take it out of your holster and stuff, cycle the ammo through it. And then if you're going to be cycling ammo that often, you should be shooting that ammo up. But yes, it can create an overpressure issues. I don't know much about the high standards. Favorite gun on the back wall, the 1911s, any of them. Carlos, your name is familiar, sir. Every time I hear how y'all just walk into a gun store to buy some firearm, I envy you because you don't need to wait months, pay over $100 just to inquire if you might buy it from the local firearm officer. Yeah. No, the 1022, absolutely. There's no way you go wrong with the 1022 for $20. I did make a good deal time. I traded a LCP2 with one mag and a pocket holster and $100 cash for a Ruger Mark 1. Yeah, I'd say you did really well. An LCP2 walks into my store, you're not getting very much. So yeah, if you got a Mark 1 for anything under like $500 or $600 total, you did good. Depression is a played games. Daniel, playing games does not cure your depression, good sir. It might make you happy in the moment, but that is not a good. It's a distraction, not a real. You ever worry that 7 rounds isn't enough for EDC? I know that you EDC in 1911. No, I've never been concerned at that. I carry 1 extra mag, and I don't carry 7. I carry modern mags. 7 was the old standard for 1911s. The Para Ordnance, I'm carrying 8+1, so I'm carrying 9 rounds. So I'm actually carrying more than a Glock 43, the LCP or the LCP 2s, all the single stack guns. I'm carrying the same amount, but with 45 ACP. And I have a spare mag, so I am not feeling underarmed. Also, and I'm not speaking to where anybody lives or anything like that, but where I live, I don't see the kind of things that would make me want to be carrying more ammo. You know what I'm saying? $30, $20 for a 1022. How? I work at a gun store, and this lady brought us 12 guns. And the end of the barrel had some corrosion on it and what I thought was rust in the end of the barrel. So we got down to it, and I was like, I really don't want this because it's an old, ugly 1022. It wasn't like a wood stock one. It was just a synthetic stock one. And I was like, I can do $20 on the 1022 just because I don't know what the barrel's like inside. And they took it, and it turns out it was just a clod of dirt. But I also, in a 12-gun deal that I paid $900 for, I got a 1958 or 1956 Winchester 1894 Model 3030 that I sold for like $1,400. So you're right, to the gun range, I go with a custom Remington. Well, there you go, dude. It's a good coping, but it's not an answer, bro. Talk to people. You like Stogers. Nice. What do you use to carry your spare mag, brand or holster wise? It's called Levi. I keep it in my front pocket, but it's the only thing that goes in my front left pocket. Nothing else goes in my pocket. Although my buddy just gave me some a nice mag pouch that holds 2 mags, so I might start carrying 2 mags. I carry an LCP 380 with the pinky extension 7+1, and I don't feel undergun. Exactly, dude. So the national statistics for self-defense shooting is you're going to fire between 3 to 5 times. On the high end, some people will say 7. The convenience store videos and the bullshit videos you see where idiots are mag dumping into each other, that's not a self-defense shooting. That is somebody is trying to kill somebody explicitly and not for a robbery or anything. So both of them are not what I would call societal people. They're people that are just animalistic in their response. So they're mag dumping because they have no experience with firearms. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're probably carrying illegal, and it's an issue. So mag dumpers are usually undertrained shooters or cops. How much do you think a person should spend for their first firearm? Sanshiro, my answer to that is a little bit non-committal to an answer, but I'll give you my personal answer after I'm done. But the answer I give to people is as much as you can afford. Don't scrimp on it. It's like buying cheap tires or cheap brakes for your car. Don't do it. Spend as much as you possibly can afford. If you can't afford a lot right up front and you don't have a need for that firearm, save up a little longer. If not, buy something budget and then save up to buy something else. But don't cheap out just because you don't want to spend money on your EDC. Personally, I spent $750 on my first gun because it was a 1911. I believe if you're going to go with the Glock, you're going to be spending in the range of $500. So $500 should get you something that's very reliable. But you can spend in the threes and get guns like SD9 V2s for $300, and those are pretty solid deals. Holy crap, that was a great deal. Yeah, it was, Doc. And for some reason, I don't know if I just have that kind of voice, but people tend to just accept any price I give them. It could be chasing the dopamine. It feels good for a bit, not a cure for depression. What's up, Wrenches? But yeah, Doc. Also, you'll see that a lot if you worked if you like spend a day in a gun store. Like if you ever came for a visit and you wanted to audit a gun store, people make snap decisions when they buy their guns, and then they make snap decisions when they sell them. But this particular bundle was from some folks that were actually starting to travel the country, and their guns were all in terrible shape, except the Winchester for some reason. All the guns were rough, so they didn't get much money. Am I afraid of falling acorns? No, I've proven pretty carefully that I'll fire 65 rounds and throw my gun before I'm worrying about the acorn. What brand is the 2-mag pouch? No clue. It's Kydex, though. I have no idea. It's over on the floor. Not going to lie to you. Where do I hold my wallet? Well, it goes in my back pocket. Go to your local dealer and buy a used gun. They're always cheaper and barely used. For the most part, absolutely, Glocks. You're on the hook for every round you fire. That's true, too. What makes you decide to get a 1911 for your first firearm? A little bit Bruce Willis in Last Man Standing, but a lot of it had to do with the way it felt in my hand. So I went to my buddy's pawn shop. This was before I knew Middletown, before Liberty even existed. And my buddy over there, Brandon, not you, Brandon, his name's Brandon, funny enough, but he handed me a bunch of guns. So he handed me a Glock 26. It was too small. He handed me a Beretta. I didn't really like it. It felt a little thick and chunky. It was just a regular FS. Then, believe it or not, he handed me the 1911, but it was like $750, right? And that was back when you could get both barrels with it for $750. And I really liked the way it felt, but it was a little bit more expensive than I wanted to spend. And then I had actually settled on the Ruger SR9, not the compact, but the regular SR9. So I was going to buy that. And then I thought about it, and I watched a bunch of videos, too, after I had physically held them both. I liked the way the SR9 felt, but I wound up going back in, and I'm like, hey, you got the approval for a pistol, but he hadn't put the serial number on it. It was my first gun, and he had me fill out the forms. He's like, you're going to get delayed because it's your first gun. I got instantly approved. So I go back in the next day, and I'm like, dude, if I pay the extra, can I switch to the 1911? And I've never regretted that decision. I've had 4 or 5 SR9 since then. Typically, I will sell any other gun I have and wind up back with 1911s. Do people who go shoot in self-defense always go to jail? They're always detained for some amount of time. Going to jail, no. It's actually a very small minority. Are dissipators cool? They're okay. I don't put guns to my head, but I always carry a 1911. Wallet in the right behind pocket. Classic, yes. Sometimes I'll carry it in my front pocket, just because I don't like sitting on it for long car rides. They have a used Dan Wesson for $1,100. 1911? If it's a 1911 for $1,100, that's a pretty solid price. I don't like the 5 Series, Donald, sorry. Not a big fan of the 5 Series. It's fine, but it's a commercial money grab. I would personally, I'd go with an FNX 45 tactical, or just a straight FNX 45 without the threaded barrel. It's not a cult. It's a symptom of religious blah blah blah, also known as Nigel Thornberry from The Hit. Gotcha. Whatever. Have I ever done skeet shooting? Once. I hit one time. Thought I was the GOAT. Missed every time after that. What polymer gun is the most prone to rusting? Ruger, actually. The SR9 is very notorious for rusting on the slide and internals. I've seen people tell me that their 365s are doing it, although I thought they had a DLC coating. So usually if a 365 is corroding and rusting, it's because you've scratched the finish. I'm over the ghost band, didn't get a notification that you were on. Yeah, sorry, Brian. Best LPVO mount. I just like a good cantilever from anybody, pretty much. 1911, my man, I heard they are doing customs for the cartel in Mexico with gold engravings. You can get those all over the place, man. You ever thought about doing CCW classes? No, I would not make a good teacher because I don't actually like demonstrating to people how to shoot, and I would get angry with them all and smack them like the little bitches they are. No, it's just I would want to take a full instructor course, and I just don't have the physical ability to handle it. And I would smack them like little bitches because they'd complain to me. Why do I need this gun? Why can't I get this gun instead? I'd be like, shut up, bitch. You're getting a Glock and you're gonna shut the hell up. Which is why I would be an instructor for one class and then I'd be like in human resources. Did you really tell her to shut up, bitch? Oh, I didn't realize she was a woman. She was kind of bulky. So MIM parts are getting better, or are they still trash? All metal injected molding parts have a ability for failure just because of the lack of compression of the metal, if that makes any sense. Metal injected molded parts, the metal is forced into a mold and whatever fits, so you wind up with more cavities and things like that. More guns are made with fewer MIM parts, and they're usually parts that don't matter. They're not functional. They're not the firing pin. They're not the extractor. Sometimes they'll be the slide lock, which I'm not a huge fan of, but they're getting a lot better. Can't believe you skipped my message. It could have been anything like ready to fly me out to shoot that DB-15. Hey, Zamarth, if you can make the broom work, I will give you a DB-15. Do you run a weapon-mounted lights on any of your pistols? My Bump in the Night home gun I do, but not for carry, because I'm usually carrying a 1911, and I don't like having a light on that one because it requires me to carry it in a larger holster. I will get a Glock, and no, I will not shut up. You don't have to shut up. I really want to plug this into my phone and see if it works. I mean, I know it'll work, but I want to hear what the audio sounds like. Smells like new. I would pay to watch that. Thank you. When I carried my Desert Eagle as my daily, I had a mag holster from Battle Gnome along with their Kydex holster. It was awesome. I also have a holster from Alien Gear, and it's also a very good holster. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like Kydex carrying my 1911. I prefer a leather holster, which is probably why I'm not carrying a light. Yeah, constitutional carry is great for the state you live in, but you have to make sure that any states you travel into that are next to it, touching, etc., have constitutional carry. Like West Virginia has constitutional carry, Virginia does not. So you cannot legally conceal carry in Virginia from West Virginia unless you have a CCW. So it can cause issues. Define work. What did I say? I have no short-term memory right now. I don't remember 5 minutes ago in terms of the conversation. After seeing Herrera's AK-50, I'm convinced anything can shoot, including that broom. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing, getting it to work. I think if we put a nail in the back, we can probably get a 410 or something to fire out of it once, because it's actually a pretty solid aluminum. That's not true at all. Do 19X slides rust? Only if you damage the finish. And it's hard to damage their finish because their DLC coatings are pretty damn tough. Is it true that you can shoot a firearm on your property if it's a certain size? Yeah, well, there are different rules. It has to be a certain distance from a road. It has to not face, obviously, any other property directly in your line of fire. You have to be a certain distance from the next home. So you can't just walk outside the back of your property. Although, if it's an agriculture property, if it's zoned agriculture residential, like farmland, you can shoot on that land, but typically it's only allowed if you're shooting a varmint of some sort. Yep, just saw it. Went to the gun show this weekend. You bought a Scarface. Oh my God, you bought a Court? Are those all your new guns? Is that the Ivor Johnson? No, that's the Gerson. Gotcha. 1600 is too much for that Gerson. I'll be back for DB15. Have a good night. All right, Zamaroth. I'll get the broom. Yeah. So I see silver on the slide. Is it more prone to rust? If it's a stainless slide, it usually has a finish on it. Like Brandon bought my CZ, so he knows that he's going to have to do something with that. I think. Are you just refinishing that back to factory, Brandon? But if you don't put some kind of oils or protectant on it, it can easily get corrosion. But also, not every slide is stainless steel. Stainless steel is much more resistant to rusting than regular steel. So you have to make sure that it's something that's stainless if you're going to have a plain slide. No, if you own enough land, you can build your own range. There's no like berm has to be so high, it has to be so thick. There are recommendations that you can look up depending on the caliber that you're intending to fire on your property. But yeah, no, you can build it however you want. You can dig a trench and go downhill. You can put whatever you want on your land. If it's your personal private property and it's not going to endanger anyone, you can do whatever you want, literally. So here's a cool one. So the guy that was talking about the Gersons that are engraved and stuff, that's one they build. It's kind of a cool one. It's actually got a fully adjustable sights, which is another reason why I like the Gerson stuff over the SDS stuff, because they do their upgrades to their solid guns, to their upper level guns, where SDS did the Deadpool gun using a GI. Bump stocks and switches can be, everything can be 3D printed, man. Bump stocks, no, bump stocks are much more difficult. Make a 2mm Calibri insert. That would be hilarious. No, I took a picture of them at the show. You ain't got that kind of money. Lol. But anyways, so that custom version of a 1911 is $900 on the shelf. So that's why I was saying, if they're selling their Gerson, yes, it was the gold one, but Ivor Johnson was selling their 24 karat plated one for $1,600 on the shelf. You can go into a whole debate about what's legal and what's not legal, because right to bear arms shall not be infringed is a deep debatable hole. Yeah, we're not going down that hole. It's a matter of two-way rights. Bump stocks are lame, but I don't want to tell people they can't purchase them. I've actually noticed that in unsophisticated hand, bump stocks are actually worse than a binary. So if I was a U.S. citizen and I had a big enough property and it wouldn't endanger anyone, I could build a range. Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, when I buy land next year, so I started a business last year, and in that current housing market, you have to have 2 years of tax returns on a privately owned business before I can get a mortgage. So I have to do that in order to, I'm going to get enough land to build my own range, and then I'm going to have my own range. Like the grips, I've been trying to look for Punisher ones for the Desert Eagle. Yeah. Yeah, blue and orange is going to look hot. And I already fixed the damage to it, so it's not like he has to do much, just sandblast it. The Marcus, what's up? Yeah, I finally got the email, dude. I was going to send you an email back, but I figured you'd touch base with me today. And I didn't know that about that person, so that was interesting. I love guns and totis. Yeah, that's actually, we used to sell those at the, yep, there's this in towards enemy, Deadpool Glock, yep. If it was $4.99, it'd be worth it. Why does that all look like it's just full freaking price, though? Looks like you had fun down there. The owner of POF was a great friend of mine, miss you, Frank. Oh, well, there you go. Wouldn't the land have to be outside city limits, or is that state to state? Doesn't have to be outside of city limits. It just has to be a certain size, and most land inside city limit doesn't conform. because you typically have to be like 100 yards or a certain distance from the road. Again, you have to be a certain distance from your neighbors. Lobster, what's going on, man? I gotta ask, will your range be private or open? Oh, my range will just be private. I have no intention, because if you commercialize, that's a whole nother can of worm. My friends and people I know will be able to use it, obviously, but it's going to be on my private property, so it's not going to be like anybody can just come up there. And if I catch you on my private property, do what I gotta do. But if I invite people, that'll be all that'll be allowed there. I was gonna rage quit if you said you didn't get it. I don't know why, but now I have you marked as safe. For some reason, you went into my spam, but I only saw one. I didn't see the other two. That Deadpool Glock reminds me of the image I saw of a Milwaukee Glock, and it came with backup drill bits. Yeah, I remember the Milwaukee gun, Milglocky or something they called it. Yeah, it was good. Lots of awesome guns and gizmos. Yeah, I've got buddies that go to that show. They're looking for an H9 for me for a reasonable price, but goddamn, some of the prices they run are just ridiculous. I think it was public, you'd have to have liability insurance. Is that where you get fucked? So what's interesting is I'm a member of a gun club. So I go to a range that has shotgun, rifle, pistol, archery, everything set up. No range officer. It's $35 a year, and I've been going there since 2017. I've literally been there less than 10 times and seen another person there, even on a Saturday or a Sunday. I've only seen people there like literally like 10 times I've ever seen anybody on that range. The downside is it's an hour and 15 minutes from my house. But the positive note is if you make it a day, dude, you can literally shoot the whole day. Nobody will bug you. I think I did. Lego guy, that's a weird thing to say. Am I going to see the Deadpool and Wolverine movie? Absolutely. Deadpool, way before Ryan Reynolds got involved, was one of my favorite characters, just because of how scatterbrained the character is. Homelander or Peacemaker? Peacemaker, because Peacemaker at least is redeemable. Homelander is a psychotic bitch. I'm interested to see how they end his story. Somewhere, but I actually had done things at very reasonable prices. I was trying to get my brother to get a CZ Omega for $700. That's not bad. I got scores, so I just shoot off my back deck. There you go. Did I have dinner yet? No, I haven't eaten today because I'm not feeling good at all. Ruger P89 for $375. That's a little high. That is a little high. I'd probably say you'd want to be closer to 3 on a P89. You got to really like it to spend that kind of money. Last one I bought, I paid $200 for it. That was at a buddy's pawn shop. Now I am thinking about getting the Glock 17L, the new Gen 5. Thinking about that one. Gotten sick twice this month. Something nasty is going around at work. That sucks, dude. My favorite kind of pizza, believe it or not, is actually Papa John's barbecue chicken pizza. I know it's a little bit crazy. Oh, wow. My favorite range is on a guy's property. He built it in his backyard. Sometimes that's the best kind to use, dude. So when we were shooting the 50 BMG, the M82A1, we went to my buddy's farmland, and he literally, it would go up a big hill. He literally dug into the hill to make a 100-yard run up to the targets. So we were shooting 50 BMG basically into the side of a mountain. It was awesome. Hey, McManus, what's going on? Don't get the 17L. Why not? Pineapple on pizza? Yes. I like pineapple on people. Sig. Yeah, everybody else keep talking too because my brain is shutting down slowly here. We're not going very long, McManus. Not feeling great, so like not feeling good at all. I have a resting heart rate of nearly 100 right now, so. Ooh, Caltech PMR 30s are on sale though. $330 cost. That's not bad. SP 101 for $357 in for $525. That's not a bad price. That's a good one. IMO's is the best pizza. I don't know where that is. What's the issue with the 17L? Doesn't read too much into the read. Wasn't there issues with? I have no idea, but that's a lot of reciprocating mass to have a 6-inch barrel for a 9mm. Weirdest pizza I've seen was sauce, just cheese and bacon on top of baked bread. That is weird. What's your suggestion on a concealed firearm? What's my suggestion? Just, dude, if you just want something to carry that's going to be dependable and you don't care, Glock. It's simple. It's going to run. I know Glock. I would go with the 3-inch barrel if it's a 357. You want a little bit of metal, and that extra inch actually does matter. I prefer people without anything on them. Oh, wait till you try some whipped cream and cherries, bro. Does the U.S. military still have the M202 in its inventory? They probably do. I have no idea. I was never in the military, so I didn't even know what that is. But if it was something they used to have, I'm sure they still have them. Dude, Beretta just dropped a shit ton of 92s. Rossi just dropped their 6-inch 357. It's less than $500 for their RP66. So it's their version of a 656. Should be a last email tonight. I kind of went to the Bigfoot steel target. You went with the big stick field target? Ooh. And the donut mags, banana mags. All good choices, wrenches. You should have bought them all. You're going to make a killing on eBay when they rescind their 30-round mags. If you just write 458 SOCOM on the side of an AR-15 mag, it only has a 10-round capacity, and then it becomes legal on eBay. Except it's an AR part, and then it's illegal. He, she, who can tell anymore? I am a Marmite sandwich. That's what I identify. I have to go, but have a fantastic rest of your stream. Thank you, Sanchiro. I'll be heading off to sleep. I wish you all a fun time. Thank you very much, and I feel so bad tonight that I didn't even rock my really bad German accent on you. 50 Beowulf, yep. Thoughts on the CZ P10 Compact? I like the P10 in general. The Compact is fine. I don't shoot compact guns much. I really need to, but that's why I'm having my buddy, as soon as we figure out logistics, my buddy Sam is going to join the channel and be shooting long guns and some of the compact stuff. He's taller than me, way bigger than me, and he still carries a goddamn compact. He's an idiot. How much is 30-06 in your area? No clue. I never buy any. Hold on. I just want to sleep. MSRP is $70, $50. Seller and Bellet does a 20-round box of 180 grain. MSRP for $25. Full Metal Jacket and Soft Point. They're probably the cheapest, and then everybody else is in the $30 to $50. Take a good look at the Bigfoot steel target my wife pointed out and laughed my ass off when she saw it. Uh-oh. Why does he have testicles? And why are you shooting him in the ass? Is that really testicles? Finally some solid content. When does that happen? Which one? The little single stack P10 is trashed here, but the P10C, yep. Why does it have testicles? And why are they so far forward? You must be an old Bigfoot. Compacts carrying big guns gets annoying when you're working all day long. They each their own. Sig is an unpaid intern. And is it an unpaid intern level position? No, actually, I'm going to compensate him for his time. But also, we'll be using his firearms. So I'll be buying the ammo and stuff. But I'm going to compensate him. He'll be making a little bit extra every month. Is the best way to get the cheap ammo. Yep. Yeah. It's freaking hot. Fortunately, today cooled off. You got a big storm of dust coming. Yes, there are 1911s in 9mm. No, I do not have one behind me. I sold my last two to a buddy of mine. I have a lot of buddies that buy my guns. I have a lot of enemies that buy my guns, too. Man, I wish y'all lived closer. Dude, it sounds like it's a you problem, because there's a lot more of us that don't live close to you. It's hot as hell in Arizona. Wish I was sweating bullets at work. I've been sweating bullets just sitting here all day. Although my blood pressure medicine is kicking in a bit. I can tell you that for a fact. Also, they have me on propranolol, which is killing my appetite. Yep. It was 103 when we started the stream after an hour, so it is definitely working. And I must have been in the middle of a pretty bad headache, too, because all the Excedrin has helped. Good night, Joe. Feel better. Thank you, RG. Dude, the feds are in Washington, D.C. now. Didn't you see? We lost the bid to keep the CIA in Virginia. Or was it the FBI? One of those two. Any experience with sterling steel jacket, 115 grain? No. And at 23 cents, no. Spend a little bit more, and I'm not saying it to be like an elitist or something, but ammunition, unless you're a reloader, perfectly fine then. But ammunition, I do not buy cheap stuff. I do not buy reman stuff. I will spend an extra $2 a box to ensure that my gun runs properly. There's no reason to institute or introduce a potential failure point into your firearm. And cheap ammo is cheap for a reason. It's not just cheap because they manufacture it cheaper. It's cheaper because they use inferior products, gunpowder, primers, cases, etc. Their quality control, whatever the case may be. But cheaper ammo is cheaper for a reason. And I just don't trust it. And 23 cents per for 115 grain is a little on the high side depending on where you live. So right now in stock, shit. He lives right next door to the feds. I used to. They're in a different state now. It doesn't count. Any gun you carry is better than the gun you left at home. Pretty much. Do you run plus P in your 45s? They're capable of it, but I've never had a reason to. I'll have to double check the velocity on the stuff that I run. But for example, 124 grain brass cellar and bellet. Okay, actually, I'm trying to find 115. Here we go. Cellar and bellet. No, here we go. And this is on the cheaper end. MagTech 9mm 115 grain. Jacketed hollow points are only. Jesus, I'm looking. What the hell's up with availability? I'm trying to find my standard ammo. I normally just run at the range. I run cellar and bellet 115. Here we go. So, $13.60 divided by 50. What's $13.60 divided by 50? Sorry, my brain is fried right now, guys. Sorry. So it's 27 cents. So it's 4 cents more. So it's $2 more a box, but you're going to get a guaranteed quality increase. So I would spend the extra $2. Shoot 1/10 of a box less ammo and guarantee your quality. $11 for 9mm new. Doesn't a lot of competition shooters use reman from Super Vet? Yeah, a lot of them do, but their guns, if you look at like a true competition gun, they have super light springs in them, super light parts in them. They're designed to be knocked back on like shit ammo. If you look at a race gun, they usually run what, like a 10 and a half, 11 pound trigger, where that's got a 17 pound, it's not a trigger, but a recoil spring. That's got a 17 pound recoil spring in it. So if you have a lighter primer strike on reman stuff, it's going to cycle more reliably in a competition gun. It's true, but I was born and raised here, so developed a 25% heat resistance. Well, bro thinks he's in Fallout. Just dropped the CZ off with my buddy to Cerakote it. Jesus, you're not wasting any time. My FNX seems to love the plus Ps. Yeah, FNX will run anything, dude. That was designed for military. They overbuilt that. Yeah, MagTech, like I said, MagTech isn't bad. I still think that it was just a freak round, dude. I've almost never heard of a catastrophic failure from MagTech. Make sure you send me some pictures, Brandon. I'd go with an FNX 45 over a Kimber right now. I've got 2 of them on the wall, but I still, that one's been tuned by me. That one is stock, but it barely ever gets shot, and it only runs full metal jacket. And that one is a para-ordnance, so it runs good. They use polymer bullets because you literally only need to punch through cardboard and knock over some steel poppers. Exactly. So they're firing like 90 grain, 95 grain, 92 grain. So, yeah. McManus. It is the CZ Tactical Sport. $60 for 100 rounds. That's a lot. Oh yeah, you're $60 for 100 rounds isn't bad, but yeah, you got to pay that extra $6.66. So you're paying $66.66. What defense rounds do you use in your 1911? I use I was running Hydra Shocks. Now I'm running back to running Critical Duty. Thank you very well. I don't look so well. Thank you. I know I don't. I feel like crap. When I go and get off the live stream, I'm just going to lay down and probably sleep until tomorrow afternoon, except I got a doctor's appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm just forcing myself to stay upright right now. So, Critical Duty is what I'm carrying right now. Looking at their ballistics, yes, I'm over 27 million minutes old. So 5-inch barrel, 975. So it's going a little bit faster, but it is definitely not a plus P round. You don't look so well. Thanks. Oh wait, you already said that one. McManus, but isn't Nevada like 90% owned by the feds? Idaho is run by the potato people. I think it's like 80% DeMarcus. Yeah, the center of scum and villainy is like 2,500 miles away, and it's BLM, so kind of owned by the feds, and kind of fuck around and find out. I live in a nice part of town, so I don't have to worry about any of that shit. Any experience with the SAR K2 in 45 ACP? Only played with one physically. I ordered one, and then a guy came into our store down at Middletown. He's like, ooh, I really want one. I'm like, fine, you can buy it. That was my experience with owning one. You can see the salt in your hat. Please get some electrolytes. Take care of yourself this summer. You're one of my favorite live streamers. This is just a hat I grabbed and threw on. This, I have no idea how old the hat is, but so like there's another one. This is just my old working on cars hat. What shotgun is that? That's an ATI Nomad. That's a para-ordnance 1911. Your house is in the middle of a potato field. Idaho does some good stuff. Who you dead from, DeMarcus? Me? What's good about my city is that everybody leaves and goes into DC every day because I'm close enough to it that it's cheaper for people to drive 2 hours into DC rather than living here or living in DC or living in Loudoun County, because Loudoun County is like 3 times more expensive than where I live. Ooh. Don't lean forward. We're fine. My right eye's closed, isn't it? 2 hours does a lot, dude. I'm on the other side of a mountain, so I'm safe from the nukes. As long as I'm safe from the nukes, I don't consider that local with the Fed boys. Tim, how's it going, brother? Started moving around, and now I hurt. Don't get old and riddled with autoimmune diseases. If it's like 2 connecting flights from my place to the Feds, that's too close. Vegas was originally meant to be in Arizona, but I'm glad it wasn't. What? Some dude was like, "This is Arizona," and then the rest of them are like, "No, it ain't." Thoughts on private sales? It's convenient, but is it safe? There's a reason why more and more states are going away from it. It can introduce a little bit of a "what the hell are you doing" kind of feeling. How you handle it makes a big difference in how it goes. Like when it was still legal to do private sales in Virginia, I always got a copy of their ID that was valid. I would always take a picture of their ID with my phone, and I would keep that along with a receipt saying when I did the deal, just in case they ever wound up trying to dime me out as the one that sold it to them for any reason. So, but yeah, it can be sketchy because you never know. Some dude may dress nice, but he's a piece of shit. Or some dude may dress like a country bumpkin because we're in Virginia. There's plenty of country farmlands, and they're cool ass dudes. So Vegas has the Knights and now the A's, so we'll keep it. What are the Knights and the A's? They got the Oakland Athletics. Pain, yeah, pain is bad today. Zothoth. Nick, no, just stop asking me what the guns are, dude. They're just guns. They're just a display, dude. It doesn't matter to you. Don't even know their names. I mean, driving isn't safe. I'd use my head doing private sales used to require valid CCWs, which makes me hit the same standard as FFLs. Except you were making profit, so you needed to report those to the ATF. I thought the people of Las Vegas didn't want the A's. No, they don't want the D. The communists want the money. I don't think the people in Vegas care. Yeah. Sell a gun to somebody who says that they're not a felon, will you go to jail? No. If you're in a state with legal private sales and they are misrepresenting themselves as not a felon, they fall into the Hunter Biden situation where they can lie all they want. It's not is if they get approved for that shit, like Hunter did, but you know what I mean. If they lie, you can't give everybody a fucking polygraph. That's why more and more states are requiring full 4473s and transfers of private sales. Golden Knights are a Stanley Cup championship hockey team. Not when they move somewhere else, they're not, because then they replace a bunch of people. It's like when the Minnesota North Stars went to Dallas and then they won a championship. They were the Dallas Stars then. They weren't the Minnesota North Stars anymore. Loudoun County, definitely highest frick to live and more expensive than what Johnson County, Tennessee was, and that place was high too. Yep, I'm out for the night. Feel better, broski. See you, Rick Manis. Good seeing you. All right, Chris. Thank you, man. Hang in there. Sending positive vibes. Send nudes. Female nudes, please. I'm picky tonight. I heard they don't want the A's on the strip because it's already saturated. Well, come down with that. Putting my business all over the internet. Ha, he doesn't even have the good ones on display. He sells them to me. Dude, I should send you a picture one of these days of my good stuff. Here in Idaho, private sales are a handshake and a goodbye. Yep. They're an expansion team that started in Vegas. I doubt they'll move anytime soon. Minnesota kicked themselves in the ass when they sold the Stars. That's why they pushed so hard to get a new team immediately. Hey, Brandon, that's rude to say. Yeah, I'll send you some pictures of the safes. And you'll be like, oh, shit, he did sell me his crap. They also have the Aces, which is a women's basketball team. Women shouldn't be playing sports. They should be making food and barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. How's my future wife? What do I recommend, Glock 19 or Glock 48? Good question, and I'm going to answer that question. Normally, I don't recommend Glock if you're just an enthusiast, but I prefer the Glock 48 because it's thinner and you can still get the stealth, shield arm mags have the exact same capacity, a more 1911 grip angle, and it's thinner, so easier to conceal. All right, Nick, you have yourself a good night. It's good, high quality eye candy, McManus. Yep. Palmetto State Armory mags work better than shield arm mags. I'll have to try them. I haven't tried them yet. We'll see. But like I said, anything that gives you the same capacity and the same footprint as a 1911. In fact, I use a Glock 48 holster when I do run an outside the waistband Kydex because I have a Glock 48 holster that my 1911 will lock into. My wife heard you and somehow now I'm in trouble. Hey, A-hole's wife, he's trying to buy guns from me. What about the ladies' soccer team got beat by kids' team like 10-year-olds? Yeah, that happens all the time, dude. It's like when Serena Williams was on, because, what was his name? Dude was saying that Serena Williams is the greatest female tennis player, and they're like, why are you talking about her like she's not the greatest tennis player? And he's like, dude, if she was like ranked with men and women, she'd be like the 200th best tennis player. And then Serena Williams defended him by saying, yeah, if I went up against like the top rated college player, she'd lose like 6-0, 6-0, 6-0 in 5 minutes. Only because PSA mags are polymer front and metal back, so no need to change out mag release. I don't change them out anyways. I had 148 that I cycled the mags in like a shit ton of time, and it was still fine. Why does law enforcement carry Glock? Because of the cheap price or reliability? They do give a lower price, and they are quite reliable. So both of those are kind of things. For the Blue Line project, which is law enforcement military, you can get a discounted price on your Glocks. You can buy a Glock 19. It's like $375 or $389 when they're normally $488 for the base ones. So it does save you some money and puts the guns into a price range where they're much more appealing. Don't you be giving away my future, mama. Should I buy a 10mm? Yes. This is my channel, motherfather. I don't care if she's halfway across the country. You put her in a box, poke 4 holes in it, and send her. Get me all hot and bothered when it comes to the whamming. But only 4. Any more than that, they can breathe too easily and scream. She loved me long time, bro? Hey, you're the one saying it, not me. That's racist. Hello, Matt. I'm being told to get off my phone now. Great live tonight. Keep up the good work. I didn't know you were in a relationship where you're a 12-year-old. No, I'm just fucking with the a-hole. You guys have a great night. Tell your wife I said hi. Put the holes in the box before, not after. You just gotta be careful. My wife's Mexican. She can get a little aggressive. You can keep her. I just want the food. Would you rather have a 5.56 or a 10mm in bear country? 10mm for sure. 5.56 is going to go right through, or it's going to be stopped by the fur, but it's going to punch in. No. You got to be very good with your shot placement to make 5.56 take a bear. Now, it is going to do a lot of damage if it hits an organ, but you got to hit an organ. 300 blackout's probably too big, too slow. But it'd work. Fuck. I'm just slowly dropping down. Don't. $5 make you holler. Oh God, Tim is getting out there with the racism. Oh, we'd be doing something in bed. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Who's putting who down is a matter of discussion. Last night I slept like a baby, dude. I woke up every 3 hours crying and I shit myself. Dude, if she only dates white guys, why does she like me? Is it because I have tattoos and I sound whitish? Your 300 black is unsuppressed and you only run supersonics. Glock, McManus has got to take a minute of you. Would a 44 mag be better than 10 millimeter? Dude, I did not send them, Brandon, because I felt that it would just be bad for everybody. You'd never get that out of your head. Half Asian turtleneck with no toes. I look mostly white, that's why. Glock is broken. It's right in his name. Yep. Isabella, how's it going? Victor, what's going on, son? Choose M1 Abrams or a T90? Neither, because tanks are so expensive. Go 10 millimeter. I didn't know it was in a race. Curious about 327 Federal. Want another revolver, but don't want another 357. I've heard good things about it, but I've never played with it, and they're expensive for the rounds. Might as well be running 5.56. How is running 5.56 racist? Oh, I get deep pics all the time. It just goes into my spam, and then I look at them once and I feel bad about myself and I delete them. You love guns? That's awesome. They're not more or less in your ass over silencers. They are over guns in general. Oh, see, I thought we were still talking about the D and you started talking about in your ass. I will stay single and hire prostitutes. Thank you very much. So what do you think the most expensive gun on RSR is right now? And nobody look it up. Plus, you have to have a dealer log in, so most of you probably can't. Mark, what's going on? I don't think you're much of a jerk ass. I'm not saying you're mostly white. Sounds like it, mostly because you don't look mostly white, which means the Marcus's sister-in-law is mine. I called it. I'll pee in her to claim ownership. Okay, that's racist. Somehow. I don't know how, but that's racist. No, believe it or not, it's not. Don't look it up, but I can tell you it's a pistol. I'm talking about pistols, not rifles. Talk like a Reddit mod, lol. Well, M1911 is the military designation for it, so it's just 1911, sweetie. And if you pee in her, you can keep her. You're going to give her a UTI. And yes, I know there are 3 holes. Why are we talking about reproductive and things? It's a SIG. I can tell you that. I'll give you that little heads up. Not your problem. Wow. And you're younger than me and you talk like a 75-year-old vet. I used to deliver cars for the dealership with these 2 old dudes. And they were very old dudes. You know, they were so old they pronounced it Hyundai. I don't got me one of them Hyundais. Hello, SFR. 1911s are my favorite guns. No, I'm not married. I made the sensible choice. I just found a woman I didn't like and gave her half my shit. No religion, no politics, no XXX talk unless you're sending super chats. No. McManus has the right to then. He sent me $200 last week. Reason why I asked is scrolling through live and made a tactical dude say, huge ass, and he banned. Huge ass, I'll say. It's all the other stuff, that stuff like that. But I typically read them first. I am old as fork. I don't do shout-outs, brother. Last week, donos are expired. Not when they're that much. Paid for half the red dot I gave away. McNanus. Hey, don't time me out anyways. I can't time you out, huh? I can't time you out, huh? Can't time you out? Time out any motherfucker I want. Wait, what'd you type in? Glock, he was asking what you want the suppressor for. He'll be back in like 5 seconds. Oh, Zaxxon can't. Oh, I thought you were trying to call out your boss. Well, just as a show of solidarity, now Zaxxon's timed out for 10 seconds. Do the rainbow accent for your girl. Sweetie, you and I have to spend some serious time together. I'm going to braid your hair, and then I'm going to touch you places. But don't worry, sweetie. I don't like those places. They're just icky. I can wax you wherever you want. No, I always get an erection when I'm doing a Brazilian. I got everybody in one shot. You were timed out because of your username? You shouldn't be timed out just for your username. We got a guy, for some reason, he goes by Jew Hitler. I'm sure it's ironic, but he's actually a really cool dude. Is that a break action? Yes, it is, but it's a ATI Nomad 12 gauge break action. What percentage of yourself do you consider a gamer? What percentage a weapon enthusiast? I am more of a gamer than I am a gun guy, but I'm a car guy first. So I'm like 60% car guy, 25% gamer, and like 12% gun guy. But because I'm single and I don't have to answer to anybody, I can pretty much do whatever I want all the time. She's laughing her titties off. I'm assuming you're sweetie. Is it a SIG X5 226 Legion? For the most expensive pistol? No, not even close, dude. The most expensive pistol on RSR right now is a SIG MCX Spear 762 by 51 13-inch. It retails for $4,100. Muscle cars or supercars? I appreciate both. Now, I appreciate modern technology, but goddamn, some days I like a good old stick shift. He's so funny. Oh, you're so cute. Let me brush your hair. Let me do your makeup. No, don't look in the mirror. Put this bag on your head. Turn around. Can you speak in a deep tone? I'll just pretend it's a front butt. I can't really do the gay right now. I'll be right back. Gotta pick up some grub. Tell her about the front butt. Do you like the what? Doing the gay voice is cheating? Oh, it is a pistol. It's a 13-inch pistol. Has no brace, no buttstock. It's sold as a pistol. It's 13 inches. I thought those boutique German and Euro manufacturers make some insanely expensive pistols. Like, yes, they do, but Court is actually owned by Dan Wesson now. Laugo is direct to the owners. Be back soon, McManus. Oh, okay. Oh, I am very ill today, bud. Spent all day completely changing the shooting course, getting ready for the Burris team optic change this weekend. That ought to be fun. All right, the most expensive handgun is the Ed Brown Cobra Carry. $3,200, 1911. Upgrade the buffer to like an H2 or an Odin adjustable weight buffer and get a traditionally bifocal can, nothing flow through. That way I won't mess with your super something full auto. SFR is out in the middle of nowhere, where God intended gun people to be. Because then we don't have to listen to Karens who don't like tumbleweeds and shit. We're not going out there. There's no road. It's gravel. No idea how many guns I have. I have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have at least 7. Plus the broom. Raina, long time no type. Needs some good rest. Gotta have the strength to get back to the range. Yeah, I'm supposed to go tomorrow. That shit ain't happening. I got a doctor's appointment at 8 o'clock. I'm just going to put up the Votato optics review tomorrow and be done with it. Oh, you're sick. I'm sorry, bro. So I'll go making fun of a woman for carrying a shield at the range today. So tired of elitists in the gun community. McManus, you just got called out. Why would anybody make fun of somebody for carrying a shield? Fuck, I'm like behind you guys with the comments, bro. Even the Q pistol is $1,000 cheaper, dude. 8.6 blackout, 8-inch, 10 rounder is $3,200 for the Q. Granted, it is a bolt action. Seriously, shields are nice. Shields are a great concealed carry gun. If you're trying to avoid the Glock stigmata, shield is like the way to go, man. Like a shield plus, high capacity. Dude, analytics are so screwed right now. My subscriber count has not changed in 2 hours. Had to deal with extreme vertigo. Just happened all good now. You should definitely get that looked at, or you should talk to your doctor next time you go in and see him. Tell him you experience vertigo. Vertigo doesn't just happen. You might have an inner ear infection that's ebbing and flowing. I think Q is running a special that you buy an fix and get a free silencer. Intel currently, but I like both. Let's see. It's on closeout right now. This one is not listed as coming with the suppressor, but it's also the closeout variant, so that might be why. Good luck on buying your land. When I get my house, I needed 2 years on taxes, and I lied on my taxes. Now I know I own a shit ton. I don't lie on my taxes, so that'll be fine. My taxes are not going to reflect a lot of money, but they'll reflect enough to get me started, and then I'm going to probably be putting a lot of money down. I'll be looking at something in the $250,000 range because I'm going to buy probably a few acres of land, which will be in West Virginia is like $12, and then building the barn dominium. You're thinking about getting the Sport 2. That's a good choice. Look at the Sport 3. It's just a little bit more, but it's the new version. It has the low-profile gas block and the free-floating handguard, so it gives you more options for optics. Went to Doc a few days ago. She wasn't particularly concerned, cared most about if it comes back. So she obviously didn't see anything if she actually looked in your face, in your ears. So, maybe it's a tumor. How often do you cycle out the first round of your EDC? I have to cycle it often due to the bullet setback into the casing. I have little ones, so I clear chambers when I'm at home. Somebody asked that earlier, and one thing that you can do to avoid that is swap out that round every time. You know, buy a box that's just sacrificial if you need to, or just only cycle one round at a time. But I shoot my EDC ammo every time I go to the range, which some people say is a waste of money, but I don't. So like if I'm carrying like the ammo that I carry in the para ordnance right now, I will shoot that next time I go to the range. Having little people around is a different story, obviously, but every time I go to the range, I'll fire the mag that's in the gun and I'll load it with new ammo. I have one trig, they work, but are better options. Who? Your EDC ammo is $2 a round. Well, doesn't matter to me. Again, so here's the deal. Your ammo's $2 a round, so you spent $40 a box. If I go to the range with that gun, let's say I shoot 9 rounds of it, so I shoot half it, I spend $20. If I just don't go to McDonald's or buy a pizza or get 3 coffees during the month, it pays for my self-defense ammo. So little sacrifices here and there can equal your ammo all day long. So just don't, like, when we would go to the range, we used to stop and get food. Now I just don't do that. I'll bring my snacks and shit with me. So I'll save $15 to $20 per trip, and that's half the box. So that's the way I do it, though. That's just personal. 5 acres here goes for like 15K. Yeah, no, it's not a desirable location, but it is off the road in West Virginia. But it's like 100 acres for like 145 grand or something like that. It's like shit land. It's got a lot of valleys and stuff, but that would be perfect for me. How much is the Q? Is it the bolt? It's the Q fixed bolt gun, and it's $3,200, but without the suppressor. The one that's in 8.6 is the one in 8.6 was the 3,200 is the map on it. So that's the retail price. I could probably get it and sell it to somebody for somewhere closer to 29. It's amazing all these weird half standard calibers can exist. 3080, 38 special, 357 Magnum, 9mm, all the ACP. Yeah, pretty much. You want to buy a Ruger LCR 22 8-shot revolver my shop has for $370. That's not a terrible price. What's the difference between the M9A4 full size and the M9A4 Centurion? They both look identical to me. Good question. I thought the Centurion is shorter. Uh, 484851. So the standard is 5.1 inches. The Centurion is 4.8 inches. So it's 0.3 shorter. What's the special on is? I think the special is on the retail side, mail and rebate. Yeah, I think so too. Boom, boom, boom. I have the M9A4 with a Thunder Beast Fly 9. That's a good one to have. You're in for 5 acres for $15K. But Fayetteville's within striking distance of a base, isn't it? Isn't Fayetteville? No, it's not. I'm thinking of somewhere else. I'm back. How's it going? Andrew, what's up, man? McManus, I gotta go. Sorry, I can't stick around longer. Remember, you're not allowed to quit. McManus, you have a great night, dude. I'm not staying around past 11 myself. I can't do it. I'm dying here. Not literally, but figuratively and emotionally, and my breathing is getting more and more labored. I have to lean forward, because if I lean back, I'm not breathing well. What do you recommend for a pocket carry? I heard a lot of people successfully defend themselves with 25 ACP. Whatever you got to carry. If you're reduced to carrying something pocket carry and all you can get is like a Colt Jr. or whatever, 25 ACP, carry whatever you can. It's better than a sharp stick. What can happen if you shoot around? Well, the cartridge, now, they don't crimp the rounds. That's why you get the bullet setback. So that extra setback of the round puts more pressure on the powder, which creates a higher pressure situation, which can then cause failure of the extractor, the ejector, the breech face. Depending on what kind of gun it is, you can have like the link underneath it can break. You can break your magazine. I've seen a 10 millimeter blow the magazine right out of the gun because it had an overpressured round. So yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen. You can get shrapnel coming straight out of the gun. You could break the frame if it's an aluminum gun. Side-by-side gun for running around on the ranch. Well, M9A4 is a good choice. Go to sheep, little creep. If you don't, I'll kill you. Yeah, you okay. So Fayette is next to Fort Bragg. Got it. LCP is a great pocket gun. Yep. Bro, I love how the T-Sauce 5.7 looks. Looks good. You'll never see it on this channel again. Have you ever done any martial arts? No. I have never done martial arts. I am not physically able to do them. My brother and my father both did, but not me. Don't worry, I'm not playing with myself. I forgot I have a leg thingy on this thingy. I have a footrest. There. I'm going to try to sit back. Oh. Still in a cast. Have you ever done any martial arts? Nope. What were your thoughts on Starfield? I still play it from time to time. I'm waiting for the Shattered Skies DLC to come out, and then I'll play it. Douche nozzle. Is that what you put inside yourself once a month to clean yourself out, Samantha? Are you experienced in hand-to-hand combat? I mean, I can defend myself, and I was always smaller than everybody else in school, and a big wise ass, as if you guys couldn't tell. So I used to get into a lot of fights with people, so I could defend myself no problem, but I wouldn't say I'm, like, skilled in hand-to-hand combat. I just know how to take a punch. How do I feel about shot placement versus using self-defense ammo? Shot placement is important regardless of what ammo you're using, but some states, New Jersey, I believe, doesn't allow hollow points, so you have to be good with your shot placement. But shot placement is more important than the ammo, in my opinion. But if you're going to be a pasty-ass, like, mag dumper, then hollow points are going to be the way to go. Got to watch those Chechens running around Fayetteville posing as power line guys. Really? Saw people posting fake Paul Harrell death bait. Oh, are they already doing that shit? That sucks. That's crazy. They're almost identical if they're only 0.3 off. Well, yeah, but look at the Shadow 2 compact versus a Shadow. A Shadow is 4.8 9 inches, and the Shadow Compact is 4.6. Same thing. How many siblings do you have? I have an older sister and a younger brother. The best fight is the one you avoid. Yeah, if you can talk your way out of it or prevent a fight from even happening, that's much better skill to acquire. That did not help at all. What's wrong with the T-Sauce 5.7? I'm just not promoting T-Sauce right now. I don't agree with their company. Isn't Shatter Skies like one mission for $10? No, Shatter Skies is the big DLC that's coming. They released a DLC for $10. That's one mission that you have to do in order to continue on the free part of it. So you can start that mission and it's free, but if you want to continue, you have to spend $10 on one part of a download. Problem with this generation, they can't take a punch. Yep. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, because the Centurion and the G they're both 18 rounders. So do you still have the CGW's SPL1? I think it had green lock grips. I do not. My buddy's uncle wanted it, so I wound up selling it to him. I'm not attached to guns that are easily replaceable, and SPL1s are very replaceable, and the Cajun Gunworks stuff is super easy to put in. Would you rather have a 5.7 or a 22 long rifle for self-defense? I would rather have the 5.7 because it's going to create a better wound cavity because it's going a hell of a lot faster, but I really wouldn't like either one. Did I ever pick up the 50 Beowulf? No, because I was running my auction last week. I didn't have the time to go out there because I had the preview on Wednesday. Thursday, I was working on stuff. Friday, I did stuff here, and then Saturday was the auction pickup, so I didn't have time to go get it. I'll be going next week, probably. Been in so many fights. I have some meat in both hands, and now I'm almost 30 and have some pain here and there. That does happen. Can people use airsoft guns as self-defense? It is highly not recommended. An airsoft gun, especially the 6mm plastic BB shooting variety, they shoot at less than 400 feet per second. You're barely breaking skin with an airsoft gun. All you're going to do is really piss somebody off. That's like spraying a Mexican with pepper spray. It's really not going to do shit. So don't do it. It might scare somebody when they see an airsoft gun, but it is absolutely not recommended. That actually brings me up a crazy story that happened in the store. So we had this dude walk in, right? And he was asking if we sold air guns. And we do. We sell the steel BB shooting air guns. And so he's looking through, right? But we sell the expensive ones, the ones that are like $170 to $200 even for the pistols because they're exact replicas, like the Glock with the hammer fired that I made fun of. And then he's like, do you have anything cheaper? And then he's like, okay. I'm like, no, these are the cheapest ones we have in stock. And he's like, okay, yeah, because I'm a felon. And I'm like, okay, you need to get out of my store. So this dude just walking down the road comes into the store wanting to buy an air gun, and he's a felon. You know what happens even if you're a felon and you're even carrying an air gun? I'm pretty sure you get in a lot of trouble for that. So, yeah. The best self-defense gun is a cap gun from your local toy store. Yeah, the ones that shoot the smoke out the front. My biggest problem with people is people are encouraged to listen to the opinions of others as fact and ashamed for formulating their own views from scratch or based on a wide data set. Yep, I keep getting recommended videos of these air pistols that shoot pellets, and it's roughly 22 territory sometimes. Some of them are. Like through RSR, we can sell you PCP air rifles that can take down coyotes. You can go all the way up to 50, 68 caliber in air guns. But yeah, some of the 22 LRs are shooting at like 1,100, 1,200 feet per second, which is, 22 caliber air guns shoot at the same speed as 22 long rifle. Now, they don't have the same energy when they impact, but they're going just as fast. So a 22 caliber pellet traveling at 1,200 feet per second is definitely going to kill squirrel, fox, anything smaller. But as the whole thing with that, yeah, when people ask me my opinion on religion, politics, the Kardashians, fuck them, or anybody, anything like that, I always try to avoid giving my opinion because, quite frankly, why do you care what my opinion is, and why do you care about the opinion about something that has nothing to do with you? What are you doing about the homeless dude that lives next to you? You know, there's a guy down the street from you that doesn't have enough food to eat, but you're worried about what somebody's doing on television. Screw that. Help people in your area. Once you've solved all the problems in your local area, feel free to do whatever you want. If you want to sit around and talk shit about everybody, I'm not going to stop you. But if you have problems in your local area that you aren't putting your time, effort, energy, and money into, then you have absolutely no business giving a shit what a Kardashian does. As far as I'm concerned, the Kardashians can walk into the ocean until the bubbles stop, and I wouldn't give a shit. Some kill buffalo, but given they are 1,000. Oh yeah, 100%. The 50 caliber, like the ones that can take down like elk and shit, they're like $4 or $5 grand. Do I do YouTube for money or just for fun? It's just because I want to make content. I wouldn't even call it fun because sometimes it's a freaking chore. Like right now, I don't feel good, but I need to go live to keep my audience. It's just the way it is. If I didn't live stream today, I would lose hundreds of subscribers because they're like, oh, he screwed us over by not doing it. But no, I don't do it for a living. I'm not one of those that does it for a living. Even if I was making money at this, it has nothing to do with it. Full transparency, I made $1,000 last month doing YouTube, and I spent like $4 grand on guns. So I guess the biggest thing is the low weight of the pellet. Yes, absolutely. You miss when the Kardashians were aliens in Star Trek. Better butts, too, because maybe the opinion is wrong. Maybe they want their opinion by hearing a smarter opinion. Raven, there's always the interest of wanting to hear somebody's opinion. But again, why do you care? Why do you even have an opinion about something that you literally can't control? You can't make the Kardashians do something just because you hate Kim's ass that week. You can't influence things. You can influence politics by voting. You can influence local things by contributing to homeless, food shelters, shit like that. But if you invest any more than a who gives a shit on television, why? You're not influencing shit by doing that. So all you're doing is wasting your time, and you're wasting the time of whoever you're trying to get into. A buddy of mine and I were talking one day, and the lady at the car dealership we worked at was crying because some reality star passed away. And I was looking at her, and I'm sitting there, and I'm going, okay. So I asked her, and I was trying to be nice when I did this. I asked her, I said, I'm very sorry for your loss. How did you know them? Oh, I didn't know them. I just really liked the show. I had to tell her to shut the hell up and go away. She was crying because somebody on television died. Do you not see how stupid that is? Oh, I'll never be able to see them perform again. When did you last go and see them? Oh, I've never seen them perform. Oh, so your television was interrupted. Get the hell out of my face. Have I considered Feet Finder for money? No, but I could sell my shit to like amputee devotee websites. We all need our Joe Fix bidding. Yep. Glocks aren't real. Ha! Have you considered Feet Finder? No. I said I had an interview with Ruger the other day. I ended up getting the job. Everybody, congratulate Cameron. I want a discount. Put me in touch with your I know you've been there for a day, but I want to talk to your human resources. I got the Glock 19X Airsoft that shoots steel pellets 177. Yeah, that's a good one to have. I've got the Glock 17 that does that. I've also got the Beretta M9A4 full auto 177 and the SIG X5 because I like them because they're fun to just sit and plink with. My biggest breakthrough is when I realized liberalism in media is more entertaining than when it emerges from the material naturally instead of being some studio mandate. Yeah, no, reality television is just ridiculous. Also, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. Technically, he didn't shoot his eye out. He got an icicle to the face.
Yeah.
Would that put damage on the robber? 177 will probably puncture the skin, but you'd be much better off with a knife or mace or even one of those Byrna non-lethal guns that shoots like pepper balls and shit. If somebody's wearing like a thick coat, even a hoodie like this, 177's not going through it. Like US market, I think they're like 6 joules or 7 joules. US market 7.5 joules. So you have a 7.5 joules with a 14 grain pellet traveling at about 400 feet per second. That will puncture your skin, but it's not debilitating or stopping anybody unless you happen to hit them in the eye, in the ear, in the mouth, in the neck area. Even if you shot somebody in the neck, the odds of it actually puncturing deep enough to hit like the jugular or the trachea are extremely, extremely small, and good luck hitting that. No. Looked at all the Glocks because these numbers running naming schemes confuse me. Yep. Just when you go in to buy a Glock, just go, I want this one, or I want that one, or I want this one. It's just the size. Just, I want a supersized, and they'll give you a 17L. Just drove an hour to unlock a car, and they canceled because they actually needed a key made and couldn't afford it. I'm sorry you drove an hour, dude. Punch him. Saw an episode of Cops as a kid. A 405-pound guy was shot with a 22 and it bounced off his skin. Depending on the round, what about those steel balls wrapped in a paracord monkey fist knot? I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. It's genuinely so stupid, like the Glock 45 isn't in 45 ACP. All right, for those of you that don't understand it, Glock releases the guns, so the number on the gun is not their release order. It's they filed the patent. That's the number of, not the patent itself, but that's the 49th patent that they acquired. So the Glock 47 was the 47th patent that they acquired, the 49, 48. That's why numbers can be different. So like the new rotating barrel one is actually a 46 because that patent was applied for before the 49. But it's just the internal code for what sequence the gun is in their patent application and approvals. Got a pissed off purse gremlin of a chihuahua. Yes. Hey, this is a guy I've been wanting to ask a question to. All right, Septic, what's up? One of the pieces on your wall, what's your favorite? 1911. Para Ordnance 1911. I've been looking for one for 2 years because I don't pay retail. I managed to get that for $650. It's railed. It's got Trijicon night sights on it that are actually still alive. I thought they were dead, but they're not. I added the magwell, the extended slide lock, and the grips, but I've been looking for one of those forever because they've been out of business since 2016, so damn near 8 years now. I know it's Series 80, but it's had a trigger put in it. Rear mainspring's been replaced with a steel one. Love that gun. I might send it out and have the front strap redone, though. Don't know why you're bold. I thought 22 was an actual decent pistol round. Most times it will punch through somebody, but if you have a lot of like skin issues, you could have like a thick layer of skin on you that could technically deflect around. Don't understand what that means, but you're so chill. I like the stream. Thank you. I have tattoos from head to toe and can legally own guns, but find it funny when I take my wife to buy guns, they assume it's a straw purchase. Yeah, so I'm not sure about every state, but here in the state of Virginia, there's an expectation of accessibility for firearms with a spouse and stuff. So we get a lot of husband and wives come in, and the husband either had clearances or things like that, which gets them always delayed. So the wife will do the paperwork, and I usually know them at that point. And other people will look at them because same kind of situation. I got a dude that owns his own construction company, and he's full sleeves and a neck tattoo. But his wife does the paperwork because she's instantly approved. But he was in the military, had high-end clearances and shit, and he always gets delayed. So I get that. I never judge a person by how they look. I judge a person on how they actually comport themselves to me at the store. If they come in, they're all tatted up, I'm like, sweet, dude, because I get those looks now too. I mean, people see tattoos. Obviously, they're a nerdier tattoo, but when I get the other arm done, I'm going to have sleeves and shit, and I'm getting coloring done on this one. So I get people that look at me weird when they see me like that. And I'm wearing a cast, and I'm riding around in a little scooter at the fucking store because I can't walk through the stores. So people look at me. I'm sitting there like this, really just tooling around on the carts because they're so freaking slow. But yeah, I get that. Looks are always the first thing people go to. We don't talk about T-Sauce anymore, brother. I prefer Cullings dies. The whole generation is going to... If Peter Cullings, who the hell's Peter Cullings? But a Glock 17 was the first Glock ever made. They started on the 17th patent. No, They have other guns that were patented. They have other things that the Glock Corporation patented. It's not always guns. They probably started just doing guns at that point. But if you look at their history, they probably have other patents that are associated with parts that they have. So they might have them listed as that, or they might have just patented a bunch of designs that they just never produced. Like they just in the US released the 25, which is their small frame 380 or their big frame 380. I have dreads down in the middle of my stomach and tattoos on my arms and neck, so when I go to the gun store sometimes I get weird look too, so I feel it. Dude, come to my store, dude. You'll be 100% welcome. Oh, he's the voice of Parent Prime. Gotcha. I got delayed a lot. My wife is instant approval every time. Yep. Are they actually a knife company? Did not know that. They don't sell a lot of Glock shit here except for their guns. Mainly because it's all they're a one-trick frickin' pony. I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler, F. Biden. The original patent Glock looks identical to a Glock 17. You know why? Because an original Glock 17 looks just like a Gen 5. In all the ways it count. You're being pedantic. They put cuts on the slide and they put front slide serrations and they put a different number on it and the finger grooves are different and the integrated beaver tail is different. Look, they're all the same. In much the same way that a Glock guy is going to say 1911s all look the same, I'm going to say that about your freaking Glocks. Always knowing me how gun purchasing rules make no sense. Like if my friend is too sweaty or looks at a gun with me, people sometimes want you out of there. Yeah, well, you got to be careful with how things are going because in the state of Virginia, you have to be 21 or older to buy pistol ammo because you have to be 21 to buy a pistol. So if you're under 21 buying pistol ammo, are you buying it for a pistol? So sometimes dudes will come in with their buddies and then their buddies will start carrying around pistol ammo. And when I ask them for their ID and they don't produce it, I have to ask them to leave because I'm not risking a $100,000 fine just because we're getting a sting. But yeah, pistol rules are freaking stupid. It doesn't make sense. Like, especially if I know the kid, like when you buy a pistol caliber carbine, so you can buy a 16-inch AR that shoots 9mm, 45, etc. I can sell you ammo the day you buy it because I know you're buying something rifle length. But if you come back the next day, I legally cannot sell you ammo in the state of Virginia. It's stupid. Get a CCW, then know where he's on delays. Not always true, SFR. Here in the state of Virginia, I sell to a lot of people that have a CCW and they get delays. The state does not help here. Maybe where you are, but here in Virginia, if you're delayed, you're delayed. The UPIN number, CCWs, they typically, if you always get delayed, it doesn't help you here. Because in the state of Virginia, the triggered manual check, which you will get regardless of if you have a CCW, it does not differentiate through the state police department, the system. It does not differentiate between law enforcement, military, high-level clearance, and a felon. So the same trigger, the same manual check is triggered regardless. If you are, I was going to say the president's son, or you are a law-abiding citizen, does not matter here in the state of Virginia. And again, everything I say to you is the state of Virginia. If you know something different, that's your state, not mine. Funny, Glock backwards is in it's in it. Glock's backwards. Yep. I did like the Moxie. I wound up selling it. Well, that was obviously a misreading. Am I a proud American? Yeah, it's funny. Let's see. Do I have AK? Yeah. Let's try that again. Yeah, that's better. There's a prominent gun shop in Atlanta that sells pistol ammo to 18-year-olds. It makes sense because you can get a pistol at 18 through private sales. Can you? It's interesting. Don't ride the trends. People buy guns that fit you because your friends have them. Interesting. Well, what's funny, it says an 18-year-old may purchase a handgun from a private seller, but may not buy handgun ammunition in the state of Virginia. But again, we don't do private sales anymore, so that's outdated. That's an interesting thing. Don't ride the trend. But the problem that you have with that is a lot of times you wind up seeing kids that are doing straw purchases for their buddies and thinking they're not doing anything wrong. But the minute you accept money to buy a gun for somebody, which then bypasses a law. So like your buddy tells you, hey man, I really want a Glock 19. So your buddy goes to the gun store and buys a Glock 19 and then private sells it to him. But then his buddy pays him for it. He legally just created a federal violation. Everything you said sounded like you need to move. Why? I'm over 21. I remember my parents trying to buy a gun and they kept getting delayed or denied or something. It was like 6 at the time. Interesting. I had to wait 2 months because of a drinking underage charge from 20 years ago because they couldn't see the drop charge. Yeah, that sucks. As long as you're 18 and not a felon, you can get a pistol through center. Yeah, back when we still had private sales, you could too. Funny, when I first started buying guns, I was on probation. Live in New Hampshire, never been asked for ID when buying ammo. Also, if you look like you're old enough, like I'm allowed to gauge if I think somebody's old enough. What if I give somebody a $500 sandwich and the gun comes with it for free? If you asked, if they asked for that gun and money was transactioned in the same action as the sandwich and the gun, then they would probably try to accuse you of straw purchasing. State is over involved in gun sales. Yes, unfortunately it is, but sometimes that helps because, you know, state supersedes federal. So for the marijuana thing, a lot of states enjoy legalized recreational marijuana because the state overrules federal. I was in New Hampshire last night, got ID'd. It was Bass Pro, so that might be a company policy. Bass Pro sucks ass. As long as that's it and you stay on top of it, should be fine. Yep. Just purchased my first firearm at 40. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it was. Yeah, I was 30, almost 38 when I bought my first gun. Mainly because I was into cars and computers and shit. I used to spend all my money on that, and then I got into guns. What a fool. Somebody pull your post about KM Tactical? No, I didn't even see it. AI might have caught it. I didn't see anybody delete it. Are private sales completely gone now in VA, or can you still pay a fee to an FFL to do the transfer? Well, if you go and do a transfer, then it's no longer a private sale because you're going through an FFL. So that's not considered a private sale. Private sale involves no businesses. So private sales on a whole are not legal in the state of Virginia. You have to go to an FFL to do the transfer. What do you think about the fact you can get in trouble for smoking and carrying even though it's not really enforced? I think that rule is stupid and it's a throwback to an ancient time, but so are most gun laws. I don't believe you should be high in carrying. I think if you're going to smoke a lot of weed, you should leave your gun at home because just like alcoholics shouldn't be driving or shooting guns when they're on a shit ton of alcohol, if you're stoned out of your mind, I do not want you with me while you're shooting a gun, but I don't give a shit if you smoke weed. And I don't think anybody should. It's a stupid ass thing. No, I'm only 21 and I've been told I look younger, so I don't know, maybe I just go to gun stores that don't care. Possibly. Man, if you want to try some Sterling ammo, I'll send you some. Just don't drop the slide on it. Jesus. Why does that not sound safe? Drugs are bad, kids. Kids are bad, drugs. Check the website, Joe, KM Tactical. All right. Yeah, as long as you're responsible, it's a recreational substance. It does the same thing as alcohol. It's just a mental depressant, basically. I don't give a shit. If you want to do it, do it. It does nothing to me. I wish it did. All right, so what am I looking at here? All right, I'm on their website. Is there something specific I should be looking at? Dude, I got a high point. Taurus is fine. Lol. What's my beef with Bass Pro? In Virginia, they pulled out. Them, Walmart, Cabela's, Dick's. Nobody fucking sells guns up here. Is it legal to be intoxicated and carry a big old sharp knife? If they want to prosecute you for it, they can probably get you for like operating a stick while intoxicated. No, I'm in Virginia. Taurus is decent, yeah. They make pretty nice grip modules. Oh, I'm working with somebody on that too, so we'll see what happens. They're sending me out some stuff. Let's see. Ooh, what do they do for 1911? Sorry, SFR. I know you said SIG, but I saw 1911 in their options. Good reason, good reason. Thank you. So they do grips. It's not a bad price, 40 bucks for aluminiums. They do a skeletonized hammer, skeletonized trigger, brass inserts for the grip screws. Okay, so they don't do a lot there. Hold on. Yeah, so I'll talk about it once I get the parts, but I'm working with the company to do some SIG stuff. Ballistic diffusion emission compensated slide for Sig Sauer. That's pretty interesting. Since it's a compensated slide, I'd probably put it on like my... No, I don't have one anymore. But I put that on like an X-Carry or something. Whoa, 46 bucks for a threaded barrel? Is that for real? How are they selling a threaded barrel for 46 bucks? God damn it, SFR. You turned me on to Ammo Seek, and now you got me looking at this shit. I don't believe it said all the way back in the case it will lock your gun up. Oh, got it. And it's Turkish. So the Shockwave is classified as a pistol in MA, or is it an AOW? As far as I understand, with the injunction in place, it is back to being in any other weapon. That's weird, Cody. I think Taurus is great. When you buy one, you might get one that has a full auto malfunction. Ha! You'll be my Huckleberry. Well, at least some of their stuff is pretty expensive, like their ALG module for the 320. Gen 2 RMR plate. Could always use those. Yeah, but 45 bucks for a threaded barrel. That's super duper cheap, dude. What does it mean that it's an AOW, anything special? It means it doesn't fall under the classification, which then allows you to do things to it that you wouldn't normally be able to do. So any other weapon, it doesn't fall, because a shotgun is a two-handed gun, but it's under 26 inches in overall length, so it's not long enough to be classified as a shotgun, because a shotgun has to have a barrel length of 18.5 inches and an overall length of over 26 inches. So it doesn't qualify for that. It doesn't qualify as a pistol because it's a two-handed firearm. It is not a pistol by law because it requires two hands to use, and no two-handed gun is considered a pistol, which is stupid. KM Tactical, Brandon. I mean, they got some expensive shiz, but some of their stuff is really reasonable. The Brower M1811 grip. I've seen that grip. It doesn't look that comfortable, to be honest, to me. 2 years ago, a sheriff in California was robbing armored cars from an illegal cannabis shop and used federal law to justify civil asset forfeiture. Said nothing changed for that event. Took millions. Yeah, that sucks. It's a $25 tax stamp. I got to give you $25. Would you say learning gunsmithing would be worth it? Yes, even if it's just doing it for yourself, man. You can save, like, Middletown is $80 an hour, and that's on the cheap side. So, what? Boom, 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 boom. The vast majority of the items on the list above require a $200 tax stamp. The exception is for an AOW, which only costs $5. While it would be really nice if it were a one and done kind of thing, it isn't. The whole retro gift that keeps on giving. Long after you want it to stop, do you want to own 2 suppressors? Blah, blah, blah. So 10 years ago, they made in 1 year 63 million. So this is old information. That's crazy. How to bypass tax stamps for free. You just have to become an FFL with a class 3 rating. I agree with SFR. I think gunsmithing school is interesting for like learning how to do like very specific things. But for an everyday gunsmith that's going to be working on everything, schooling is stupid. It's the same thing when I was a mechanic. I would watch these guys in the mechanics bays at like Ford. They're sitting there trying to do shit and they're looking up on all data and stuff. And they're taking 16 hours to change out an engine in a Mustang. And literally me and a buddy could do it in 4 hours while drinking because they go by the book. So, machining and welding, and I think gunsmithing would benefit from both. Oh, if you already know machining and welding, don't go to school. Just start working on guns. I'll give you the best piece of advice I ever got from one of my mechanic friends that actually got me into mechanicking, if that's a real word. He told me to take it apart. I wanted to change the engine out in one of my cars, and he's like, okay, you can use my bay. And it was a Saturday, and he was off until Monday. He says, you can use my bay. You want to know how to do it in a weekend? Take it out. And the car has to be done on Monday. So that's how I learned. It's just my local gun shop has all of them for sale. They don't mention a stamp, and we're in Massachusetts, so I'll call and see what's what. Yeah, no, I can sell shockwaves, which are technically any other weapon. But I think they're just listed as not a shotgun, right? Yeah, so because it's got a 90-degree pistol grip, it's too short to be considered an AOW. So I don't know why they're calling it an AOW. If it's got a regular with the 90-degree grip on it, so you have to look at that one. So it's actually considered a non-NFA item. That's all they put on the tag. I couldn't spell gunsmith. Thank you, YouTube. Now IR1. Jesus Christ. I'm a legit gunsmith with multiple shop. Yeah, and I'm a mechanic with a Bob the Builder toolkit. I have no clue how some people were taught mechanics. I didn't have dad to teach me cars. My friend's a high school dropout and can do car work, body, and engine. It's all about your situational awareness and your spatial reasoning. Honestly, gunsmithing, mechanic, building a goddamn house, if you are capable of finding minute differences just visually, if your mind adapts to how to take something apart or identifying how a wiring harness goes back in. Here's the thing, like everybody thinks it's hard to wire up a car. It's not. I actually rewired a Bonneville, and if you remember the 2000 to 2000 whatever Bonnevilles, they actually didn't have wiring in them. They had circuit ribbons, and I rewired an entire Bonneville one time. I also redid the supercharger, redid the interior, and did everything on it because I could. I just grabbed a couple of manuals and just did the work. The problem is, you look at a book and it's got all these things and telling you that changing a wheel bearing is going to take 14 hours, and you believe it. If I mount what to a I have a shockwave, still not sure whether it's legal or not. Yes, because it does something else. I believe it does become a destructive device if it's underneath a shotgun or underneath a rifle. Shockwaves are legal. I just recently got rid of mine with a brace on it because the braces were under the injunction, so I was able to legally sell it as a not a shotgun. The SB tactical brace kit form is still 100% legal under the injunction. It's going to be a long time before I play Grand Theft Auto 6 because it's not coming to PC until 2026 or something. I cook minute rice in 59 seconds. Hot. Well, yeah, because then you're mounting something underneath to something. Doesn't that turn that into like what was that, the Night Armaments key, whatever it is, where they have that undermount shotgun? Makes it another stamp. I just picked up a CNC Warrior brace for my Zastava, and it's aluminum. Aluminium! You lack improper thinking ability. You lack improv thinking ability. Improv is not required. Only if you're trying to do things shade tree. You can do things by the book and still not have to go to class for it. It's going to be a little bit harder for you when it comes to like making things work. If you're a machinist, you should be able to design things mechanically. Yeah, I play on PC. I am not a console pleb. Warranty rate is different than customer pay in a shop. Yes, it is. The universal key. Thank you. But yeah. So I believe if you mount the universal key underneath the AR-15, it becomes another stamp. I play whatever the fuck I want, dude. 12900K and 3090, bro. It's also called a skeleton key. I miss Red Skelton. He was one of my favorite old-time comedians. Of course, he was live when I was still watching. Clem Kadiddlehopper, motherfucker. There it goes. Analytics are finally catching up. You think a helical assault rifle similar to a PP-19 Bison would work in real life? Other companies have tried it. The Calico, a helical one too. Yeah, why wouldn't it work? It did work. Play what on PC? I missed that part. Nah, he just asked me what I play. But yeah, I'm going to play Grand Theft Auto 6 when it eventually comes out, but it's a long way off, dude. Oh, my head is really starting to kill me, guys. I'm only going till 11. My scariest experience? My full Korean mom getting into multiple accidents over and over and over because she's a shit driver. I can mess with the weld machine, do everything right, and nothing makes sense. Come back a day later with wrong settings, and it works perfect. Ah! You have one of those. The McGillicuddies. When I get home from work, my wife is playing on her PC and her Switch at the same time while watching people on Twitch on her phone and secondary monitor while listening to Spotify and also doing homework. So this is a Nintendo Wii U gamepad thing. I literally put it in front of my keyboard. I turn my phone sideways and I set it down on the desk and I'll watch YouTube even though I'm running dual monitors and a 3090. And I will literally sometimes play like YouTube videos on the phone or on the computer while playing games on my phone. One time I literally sat and played not Minesweeper, but Solitaire. Tri-Peak Solitaire on my computer for 4.5 hours. It's a $5,000 computer and I was playing fucking Solitaire. Handguns require background checks. There's no limit on the number of guns one may purchase at a time. There's virtually no regulations on the sale of ammunition. Private sales of long guns do not require background checks, but you obviously have to be 21 for a handgun, though you're a licensed dealer. Handguns require background checks. That's a long-winded thing to say, Cody. But yeah, it's good information to have. Yeah, I remember I bought a Winchester Model 1894 from a flea market in Mercerburg for $300. 1022 has a bunch of aftermarket modules. Any recommend? Not personally, like, because they're not my favorite guns. So I like anything that's tactical, though. So I know that like Archangel makes a AR-15 style receiver. He sounds like my missus. She's good for a car wreck once a year and have been together for 14 years now. That's dedication. 1911. I run one monitor with a Ryzen 5 5600X and a 2060. That'll do her. What do I think about the Baby Desert Eagle 3, aka the IWI Jericho 941? They're good. You strike as a sexy mother father who likes to play with himself. Solitaire, obviously. That's my buddy, so do not remove Gun Gopher's comment. He's just an idiot. Do you know if FRT triggers are legal? Nope, they're still trying in court to criminalize them. So, yeah, I would not recommend buying one currently. Are you familiar with the Outdoors Trader website? We use it for trade-in, buy, and sell in Georgia. Nope, never been there. Never checked out that website. Find myself doing multiple things, and I hate that. I feel it's a bad habit doing super simulation, Omega, multitask gaming. Again, everybody's brain is a little bit different. So, like this whole time we've been talking, I've been doing things in my brain this whole time, which is probably why I don't remember half of the shit we've been talking about. Did some digging because I was curious about PA's regulations on that and figured I would see if anybody else was wondering about PA. Not really, but it's good to know. So thank you, because I'm close to PA. Also, you motherfuckers don't respect my CCW, so it always annoys me when I have to go up there to the flea markets and I have to leave my gun in the trunk. Actually, it's in the rear compartment locked up. It's expensive is what it is. Yeah, you know, at some point she'll pay for herself. Sorry for being long-winded. No problem. It just threw me off at first and then I realized why you were giving us all the info. Oh, my GPU is overclocked. Basically TI'd. Hey, apparently the Celtics won. I think they cleared after the overturn of the bump stock last week. Did they? I thought it was under a separate thing. I didn't think it was included under that. Says, as of October, Rare Breed triggers response to recent court ruling from May 18th of 2024. Leader and Innovative wishes to address a preliminary ruling by a federal judge regarding the sale of FR-15s in light of recent legal developments. Rare Breed triggers, a leader in innovative firearm activities, which regulatory landscape surrounding trigger mechanisms, particularly those that enhance firing rates, is complex and overreaching, ever-changing. The FR-15 has the knowledge cutoff date aligns with federal guidelines for semi-automatic triggers. However, it is responsible buyer to remain informed about the legal status of the trigger in their own jurisdiction. Federal judge issued a preliminary ruling that temporarily halted the sale of our FRT triggers. The decision comes amid claims by the U.S. government that these devices could be misconstrued as governing. So that was what? A month ago? Is that still in effect? Belt-fed shotguns work, and they even made a Gatling style. Nice. I'm at the hospital now, and I'm upset I can't have my CCW on me right now. Oh, sorry. 3090s are fun. Best first PC setup, if you're not into building them yourself, just buy a pre-built. They're all stock parts anyways. Mine is custom water-cooled, which is why it looks a little strange, but you can just as easily buy a pre-built now. Yeah, that does suck when I got my CCW. That there are some places that recognize PA, but PA doesn't recognize others. Yeah, Virginia recognizes every other state in the United States. It's one of the few that recognizes every state CCW. No, I do not have a 416. Right now, mostly X-Defiant, but I'll play some Warzone. So that was as of a month ago. FRT said that it was still ruled. So you would think that there would be more publication if there was a more current. So according to FRT's last statement, it's still illegal. You'd think they'd be splashing the pages if it was legal. We don't need conceal carry license. Yeah, it's a good thing that you can conceal carry, but it also scares me a little bit in states that have constitutional carry, because a lot of motherfathers who shouldn't be concealing carrying guns because they have no training or conceal carrying guns. So that scares me. What video can find of Gatling 12? Okay, what gun has the optic scope, and the one all the way at the top looks like a shotgun? Buy a Glock, taking. Oh, wait. In a landmark ruling, this is from Rare Breed. They've won their court case granting them permission to sell their triggers through encrypted payment options. They can now only be, that means the trigger can now only be acquired off record via secure and encrypted payment methods. Check out. It is in the links. So, I mean, who knows what the fuck's going to happen in a week, but as of right now, go for it. Man, Bear, Pig, what's up? Yeah, at least I live in a free country, Ireland. Don't let it scare you. Most states have constitutional carry now. It's the norm. Oh, it's not scary. I just think it's stupid for some people to be able to carry. Yeah, we don't talk about politics, kids. Yep, 29 states in the United States. Louisiana gets it as of July 4th, 2024. Not much. Man, Bear, Pig, how you doing? I agree with that, but at least most people here are carrying boomsticks. You live in Canada, wondering if it is the same where you're too. Can you get bulletproof vests off the streets without providing more protection than the police force have? Ran into this. Absolutely. You can get plates that are way better than the cops' soft armor vests. Most cops, like the ones that I know, they wear soft body armor. I very rarely ever run into a guy wearing like 3.8 or 4 plates. I don't believe a 12 gauge Gatling gun exists unless I find a video on YouTube. Do you think that it makes sense we're allowed to conceal carry without a license, or should it be open carry? No. I believe if you're going to carry, it should be concealed if you're out in public, because then it keeps people from getting a little bit fucky. But I believe that in states that have constitutional carry, there should be like an education program that you go through in school, or an optional one at least, one that's like state funded, where you can go in and take a class to learn how to properly carry a firearm. I just believe that there should be learning material and access to training available to people, because I sometimes get skeeved out by people just freaking running out buying guns and carrying them. Like, I had a dude trying to buy a Glock, and he was just going to carry it in his pocket with his keys. I'm like, you should get a holster. He's like, no, I'll just put it in my pocket with my keys. It's got a trigger safety. I'm like, you should get a holster. Benefits of CCW for me, even though we have constitutional carries, I buy golf when this is convenience to bypass the background check. I wish that worked here. I wear a long sleeve shirt on top of a short sleeve shirt on top of a long sleeve shirt. Shirtception. Man Bear Pig, how many people that you run into know what the name is about? I love it. I think people that hate guns should learn how guns work to promote safety. Well, do you remember the Maryland anti-gun chick who got a gun and immediately got arrested for using a gun in a road rage incident? She did a 180-degree flip from being anti-gun to being pro-gun, and then she got arrested because she pulled her gun in a road rage. That's the problem I have. She had no training. She was concealed carrying it without a license in Maryland, and she pulled her gun on a dude because she got mad in traffic. And that's the person that hated guns. That's some crazy ass shit. Thinking you should have to take a class to get your license. I feel that you should stop all this shite in the world, make it known if you carry that you know what you're doing. Well, yeah, if you want to get a concealed carry license, you have to take a class. That's conducted by a concealed carry instructor, at least in Virginia. Like Virginia, you can't even do the online class anymore. You have to do it in person. Hello, Siama. Not to get political, but requiring a course to own guns is constitutional. Cameron, no. Concealed carry is different from owning. He's talking about just, remember the anti-gun lady running from some sort of office that cut down her husband's AR and made it into an SBR? Yep. And I love when they're like trying to demonstrate firearms in like Congress and shit, and I watch also in court cases, but you see it all the time. People that don't understand guns will start flagging everybody because they believe that they can do that. Here we must pay for it. Most places you have to pay for a concealed carry license and class. All right, guys, we're running out of time, and I'm running out of energy. So any final thoughts? Get them in here. Hit the like button for me. You guys are kings. In PA, I think my friend just walked in with $50 and got a permit. Took a hunting course when I was young and got my CCW and VA. Yeah, as long as you've taken like a DOJ-approved hunter safety course or... I believe your military, if you are a Virginia resident, your military training can help bypass that too. Glocks, we'll see you, man. Good night, Dale. Mark, see ya. Thanks, guys. I'll be back Wednesday. Hopefully I'll be feeling good enough to be able to do a full thing. Hope you feel better. Have a good night. Thank you, MC. Brandon, I'll talk to you later. Like I said, I'll send you a copy of the mailing slip as soon as I drop your optic in the mail. So I'll do that tomorrow. Trigger, too. I got to remember to give you the trigger. Alex, thank you, brother. Appreciate that one. Mickey, thank you. Make a sandwich on stream. I might have to make a good salami sandwich on stream. Good night. You have an awesome evening. Get some rest. Thank you, Cody. If someone were to take the cop class in a constitutional carry state and failed it, would their right to carry be revoked? Failing it, if you already... No, you can still constitutionally carry, but you wouldn't be able to get a license. I may not be back the rest of the week with shooting competitions going on. Well, I hope you win, and I hope it goes well for you, SFR. Ohio's constitutional carry, but I got my CCW. It comes in handy when buying guns. Yeah, well, that's a great reason, but also to go to a state that doesn't have constitutional carry, because like 21 out of 50 states don't have it. Minnesota or Virginia is one of those states. So West Virginia, the minute you step over the border, if you don't have a CCW, you can't carry in the state of Virginia. Concealed, I mean. No. So, anyways, that's it. I'm running away. That was a great last question. I love you guys. Hit the like button. Make sure you do stuff and stuff. I'm a good YouTube content guy. Not a YouTuber. Don't call me a YouTuber. I don't make money at this. Come back Wednesday. I'll see you later. My eyeball hurts. So does my brain. It's an inch.